Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and good afternoon, good evening to wherever you are. And welcome to the third International Conference on Action with Women and Peace. My name is Ju-Yeon Cho, and I have been given the honor of being your MC today. Thank you very much for your attention. Today's conference will start off with the opening remarks of our host, His Excellency Minister Chung Eui-yong of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, followed by congratulatory remarks, and then moving on to the presentations and discussions in session 1 and 2. And after we see the winning videos of the 2021 Global Youth Video Competition, we will move on to declaring the action plan on Action with Women and Peace initiative. And before we officially begin, I would like to inform you that our room has been disinfected. We are following the COVID-19 guidelines presented by the Korean government. We do ask you to please keep your masks on at all times when you are in the event. And as for the speakers, they will be taking their masks off when they are on stage. And we've also prepared a performance to start us off, a media art performance, which captures the overarching theme of our conference. And it will be displaying women as actors who transform mounds into lasting peace. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the performers with a big round of applause. Thank you very much to the performers, and I hope that our audience also enjoyed the performance and the meaning of the performance as well. Marking its third anniversary, the International Conference on Action with Women and Peace is now being streamed live on our platform as well. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of our audiences online and those guests who are joining us offline for your participation and interest. After the adoption of the historic UN Security Council Resolution number 1325 in the year 2000, the UN adopted the UN Action Against Sexual Violence in Conflict in the year 2007 and appointed the special representative of the Secretary General in Sexual Violence in Conflict in 2009. And this was in a bid to address the issue and, of course, highlight the urgency of the need to look into women, peace, and conflict in security agenda. And recently, the body has been focusing on the role of women in continuing the peace process and beyond the protection and support of women who are the victims of conflict. However, despite the concerted efforts of the international community to address the issues through the United Nations, the Women, Peace, and Security agenda still is recognized as one of the urgent issues that requires urgent and concrete action. To this end, the Korean government hosted the first international conference on action with women and peace in July 2019 and has brought together various experts to discuss the issues and, of course, to put an end to sexual violence in conflict. Today, marking its third hosting, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea has invited various experts from home and abroad to discuss the pending issues and also devise solutions forward. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin the third International Conference on Action with Women and Peace. And now to start off the official proceedings of our opening ceremony, allow me to introduce our host, His Excellency Minister Chung Eui-yong of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea for his opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him on screen.
High Commissioner Michelle Bachelet, Minister of State Lord Ahmad, Ambassador Jacqueline O'Neill, Ambassador Lee Gusti-Agung Wesaka Puja, and distinguished guests, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the third International Conference on Action with Women and Peace. My sincere gratitude goes to the speakers and panelists, especially to those who have ventured to Seoul in person. This year marks the 30th anniversary of Korea's UN membership. 30 years ago, Korea was a fledgling new democracy and a developing economy eager to learn the ways of the leading countries of the world. Today, we are proud to have grown to become the 10th largest economy and even prouder to be one of the most democratic countries in the Asia-Pacific region. We are the first and only country to have started as a recipient of international aid to become an aid donor country. We owe much of our success to the international community, and we are committed to repay by contributing to the advancement of global issues ranging from socio-economic growth, response to climate change, and to the advancement of human rights. Part of our effort to do so is linked to today's conference, which is an extension of the Action with Women and Peace initiative. Armed conflicts still continue to wreak havoc in many parts of the world, and more often than not, women bear the brunt of the devastation. News from nearby Asian countries are particularly worrisome to us. In Myanmar, women arrested and detained for participating in protests to military takeover of the government are exposed to risks of sexual harassment and violence. In Afghanistan, human rights of women and girls are regressing, overshadowing steady improvements that were achieved during the past 2 decades. The most basic rights are being withheld from women, including the freedom to go outside by themselves and the opportunity to receive proper education. Korea is doing its part in addressing these problems. In August, we safely brought from Afghanistan to Korea 391 persons of merit who were at risk. It is noteworthy that half of them were women and girls, and over 60% of the entire group under the age of 18. This decision had the strong support from all relevant agencies in the government, and more importantly, from the general public. It was the first time that Korea received such a large number of foreigners displaced by conflict and humanitarian crisis. The solution to the prolonged problem of conflict-related sexual violence, or CRSV, across the globe is to put survivors at the center. This survivor-centered approach is the only way to heal the wounds of CRSV survivors and to recover their honor and dignity. As is the case in any human wrongdoing, only the victim can forgive and put a painful past to rest. It would be immoral for the perpetrator to wish for a shameful act to be forgotten by denying the truth, even revising history, or waiting for the survivors to pass away. 30 years ago, the late Ms. Kim Hak-sun became the first survivor of the so-called comfort women to testify about her painful experience. Her brave act inspired many other survivors to go public with their own similar experiences, and this sparked an international outcry and galvanized global solidarity in their support. Last March, I had the privilege to meet another survivor, Ms. Lee Yong-soo. And listening to her tragic story, I felt a great responsibility to restore their honor and dignity and make sure such an atrocity is never forgotten or repeated. The sad truth is that these atrocious acts may not be just distant memories of the past, but unfortunately an ongoing reality for many victims in many parts of the world. We need to pay close attention to the unheard voices of CRSV survivors, many of whom are forced to stay in silence. Moreover, recognizing that women make up the vast majority of CRSV victims, we need to do our utmost to increase women's participation in all processes of peace building and reconciliation. Listening to their voices is the beginning of genuine forgiveness and peace. And sustainable peace is possible only when the participation of women is ensured. In order to further develop the women, peace, and security agenda, the Korean government will continue to make meaningful contribution to the international community. In 2 weeks, Korea will host UN Peacekeeping Ministerial Meeting in Seoul, which will be attended by high-level delegations from more than 90 countries. One of the topics of the meeting will be enhancing women's roles in peacekeeping. More participation of women in UN peacekeeping operations will allow their skills, experiences, and perspectives to be reflected in the full range of peacekeeping operations in the communities they serve. Furthermore, we will transform our pledges into substantive actions through an action plan that we will present at the end of this conference. Throughout this journey, Korea will always walk together with CRSV survivors. I hope today's conference will provide a meaningful step to expand the participation of women, including CRSV survivors, as we march together towards genuine peace and reconciliation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Chung, for your kind words as well as your support throughout the years. And of course, he mentioned how women are taking a central role in enhancing and continuing peace. And now, continuing on, I would like to welcome some of our congratulatory messages and our guests who have sent these messages through videos. First and foremost, I'd like to introduce Ms. Michelle Bachelet, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, through her video. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give her a warm welcome on the screen.
It is a great honor to take part in this remarkable initiative led by the Republic of Korea to hold high-level and context-specific discussions on the advancement of women's participation in peacebuilding, and to raise visibility about the specific impact of conflict on women and girls. Women peacebuilders, activists, and human rights defenders have long stood on the front lines of the struggle against abuse of power, militarism, and violence. That is why Security Council Resolution 1325 was so groundbreaking in recognizing women's human rights, their participation, their protection as essential to the maintenance of international peace and security. 20 years after its adoption, we are still very far from having realized this vision. Women remain underrepresented in negotiation and decision-making. In 2020, women represented only 23% of delegates in peace processes, with strikingly low figures in countries such as Afghanistan, where only one woman was involved in the March 2021 peace negotiations. This deficit matters. Decisions on peace that do not reflect women's realities, their rights, their perspectives, their knowledge, and their demands are not sustainable, and neither are they likely to be effective. In Afghanistan, since the Taliban's ascension into power, Afghan women and girls face a drastic reversal to their human rights. They are denied freedom of movement and resources to protect them from gender-based violence. Girls are being prevented from attending high school and women from going back to their jobs. And women human rights defenders and journalists are being targeted for their work. We must defend the rights of Afghan women and girls from diverse communities, and we must continue to advocate for them to be able to develop their full potential and meaningfully participate as active agents in building the future of the country. In Myanmar, the widespread use of sexual and gender-based violence for decades during Tatmadao's operation needs to be framed in the wider socioeconomic and political discrimination against women and girls in Myanmar, in particular those belonging to ethnic minorities. Sexual violence by security forces continues to be reported, including detention, in a context of impunity and limited accountability. We must continue to call for this crime to be investigated, perpetrators prosecuted and punished, and stress the criticality of ensuring a survivor-centered approach. Colleagues, this important event today, and I have no doubt it will contribute to these efforts. I wish you fruitful discussion. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you once again for all of your effort and, of course, sending us the congratulatory message through a video. And now let us continue with the third congratulatory message. We have one delivered by Lord Ahmad of Wimbledon, the Minister of State and the Prime Minister's Special Representative on Preventing Sexual Violence in Conflict of the United Kingdom. So please give him a warm welcome.
Foreign Minister Chung, High Commissioner Bachelet, Ambassador O'Neill and Ambassador Puja, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me assure you the United Kingdom remains absolutely committed to the full, equal and meaningful participation of women in all aspects of peace and security. In all respects, when we're building peace, this should never be an option. It should be an essential part of peacekeeping and peace building. So therefore, thank you, first of all, Foreign Minister Chung, for being not just a great ally, but a passionate advocate for this very principle, and indeed for bringing us all together in search of progress. Sadly, this issue of sexual violence, issues of instability are rife around the world, and therefore we must engage more effectively. We all, of course, know that women peacekeepers are highly effective, and that by deploying women peacekeepers. We strengthen direct engagement with communities, but also, more importantly, allows for better and more effective reporting, particularly for those survivors of sexual violence and gender-based violence. What happens? They come forward, they provide testimonies, and we are able to help them. So through our National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security, the United Kingdom continues to integrate gender directly into all our work, into all our policy on building security and stability across the world. And let me assure you of this, we will continue to work with all of you to ensure that gender perspectives run through the core of peacekeeping mandates and become the norm. 8.5% of UK peacekeepers are women. 14% of our staff officers are women. But we must do more, and we are committed to that. In meeting not just the UN gender parity targets. Targets are good, but the reality is we need to deploy more women in peacekeeping and in our roles across the world. We are also absolutely committed to ensuring that women fill a fair share of leadership roles. I know it's a Secretary General priority at the UN, and that's why over the last 2 years we've provided just under £500,000 in the last 2 years to the UN Senior Women's Talent Pipeline. The United Kingdom has also been a vocal and active supporter of Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General's key priority on zero tolerance when it comes to sexual exploitation and abuse within the UN system. Over the past 5 years, we have given £5 million to support the UN efforts to root it out and, importantly, improve greater transparency and accountability. And let me assure you of this, we will continue to use our position on the UN Security Council to ensure that all mandates task peacekeeping missions to protect women and children from sexual exploitation and abuse, and importantly hold peacekeepers themselves accountable for their actions. But you know what? I think we need to go further. We need to ensure within our mandates we deploy women peacekeepers. That should be part and parcel of our normal business at the UN. It's a tragic consequence, as I said earlier, that sexual violence in conflict remains a brutal reality in conflict zones around the world. And it's important we act now. It's a devastating and dehumanizing weapon. It shatters lives, it tears families apart, it scars communities. And evidence through the COVID-19 pandemic has shown this situation has got far worse. So nearly a decade on from our launch of the Preventing Sexual Violence in Conflict initiative, I know as our Prime Minister's Special Representative on this very key issue and priority, we continue to be determined to build a new consensus to hold the perpetrators to account, to support survivors, indeed survivors inform our policy on this agenda, and to put an end to these abhorrent crimes. We shall continue to work with all countries, organisations and indeed individuals and civil society partners who want to end sexual violence in conflict and explore all options for stronger international action. And in this regard, I'm delighted that our Foreign Secretary, Liz Truss, recently announced plans for a new international convention on this very issue. In addition to that, this week, the United Kingdom also launched a new call to action to ensure the rights and well-being of children born of sexual violence in conflict. It is a tragic consequence of sexual violence that there are children born of rape. But it is not their fault. As we hold perpetrators to account, we must provide support for these innocent children. We believe this will be the next important step in galvanizing international action and creating, supporting, enhancing environments for these children, these innocent victims. Equality, justice, protection of the vulnerable should be key priorities. These are some of the most difficult issues on our current international agenda, so it's vital that we are always making incremental progress. So therefore, thank you, Foreign Minister, once again for today's conference. And indeed, I look forward to December's UN Peacekeeping Ministry.
Thank you once again, Lord Ahmad of Wimbledon, of stressing the gravity of the issue at hand and, of course, emphasizing your government's commitment to advancing the peacekeeping operations as well as putting women in the center roles. Thank you once again for your words of encouragement. And now we have many of our guests who have sent us their congratulatory messages. And next, we also have the message of Ms. Jacqueline O'Neill, the Ambassador for Women, Peace and Security of Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her on screen.
Hello and merci. Kamsahamnida. Greetings from Ottawa, Canada, where I am joining you from the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. I am honored to bring greetings from our government and in particular our Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Mélanie Joly, and particularly to you, Minister Chung, who we thank for your leadership on this issue. Canada certainly congratulates the Korean government for shining a spotlight on these issues that are addressed in this gathering, and for your commitment to maintain and integrate this focus in the upcoming UN Peacekeeping Ministerial next month. With the ministerial being only about 10 days away, this is an excellent scene setter. It has indeed been most impressive to see Korea's focus and leadership on women, peace, and security of late. From the strength of your very effective and dedicated civil society organizations, many of which have strong reputations internationally as well as nationally, to key actions of the government, including the focus on conflict-related sexual violence and the importance of centering the voices of survivors, to the focus on gender mainstreaming across government policies, and crucially on integrating gender perspectives and women's direct voices into the Korean Peninsula peace process. Also, your recognition that for peacekeeping itself to be as effective as possible, women must be well represented and meaningfully included across all functions, including as uniformed peacekeepers. And on that note, we're just delighted that Korea is an active member of the ELSI Initiative Contact Group and has committed to elevating the topic of women in peacekeeping in high-level discussions at the Peacekeeping Ministerial. Again, that meeting is an important space to make progress on these issues, and that progress will not happen without the host's strong leadership. And just weeks ago, I had an excellent discussion with Ambassador Cho and members of Korean civil society, hosted by Canada's embassy, about the meaningful contributions of women to peace and security. And it's clear how many priorities Canada and Korea share, particularly related to pursuing gender equality, to strengthening multilateral institutions, and to ensuring that the voices that shape them are truly inclusive. As I reflected on the objectives of action with women and peace, and the many elements that these discussions will address, I thought of the words of a colleague, Sanam Andrelini, who once said, "The Women, Peace and Security agenda is not like items at a lunch buffet. You can't just pick and choose some parts and leave others. It is a set of elements that are important all together and that reinforce each other." And this point is especially important as we consider conflict-related sexual violence. Specifically, the best approaches are not focused on protection alone. They recognize that participation, for example, so when women are directly involved in all decisions about war and peace, that's a way to strengthen protection and prevention. So the way that these elements, participation, protection, prevention, relief, and recovery, the way that they're related is often overlooked. And I congratulate you and thank you for looking at them together in this conference. As we all now know, we've had this agenda for over 20 years. In 2000, Canada was proud to be one of the original supporters of UN Security Council Resolution 1325, which specifically calls upon states and other parties to conflict to take special measures to prevent conflict-related sexual violence. There's been progress since then, including an improved understanding of the extent and multifaceted nature of this violence. So among other developments, in 2009, for example, the UN established the Office of the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict. 2012, the UK launched the Preventing Sexual Violence in Conflict initiative, and in 2014 held the world's first ever global summit to end sexual violence in conflict. Like many other countries, Canada tries to prevent and address sexual and gender-based violence in conflict through our National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security. We also do so through our Feminist International Assistance Policy. We've stepped up our efforts to prevent and address sexual and gender-based violence at home here in Canada, including by addressing the disproportionate levels of violence targeting Indigenous women and girls. Overall, however, there has been far too little progress globally, especially in terms of accountability for perpetrators and justice for survivors and victims. As the National Democratic Institute has described, the absence of accountability can prevent reconciliation, weaken the rule of law, undermine the development of strong institutions, and reduce the likelihood of inclusive and democratic political transitions. Perceptions of long-term impunity for sexual violence erode the public's trust in the political and social fabric and have an intergenerational impact on levels of political engagement by citizens of all genders, but particularly women and girls. So Canada is trying to increase accountability specifically in several ways. For example, we're the main donor of a UN women-led initiative where we're supporting the rapid deployment of experts to support investigations and accountability processes in 14 countries and territories, working as investigators, as legal advisors, as forensic experts, interpreters for vulnerable witnesses, gender and child rights advisors, and more, all with the goal of ensuring the highest quality of professionals who place the needs and rights of victims and survivors at the center of their work. Thanks to these experts, issues related to sexual and gender-based violence were at the forefront or included in the reports of facts-finding missions, commissions of inquiry, and in building cases for future prosecutions. In Iraq is another example. We're trying to address the lack of accountability for atrocities committed by Daesh, or ISIS, by supporting the investigation of breaches of international criminal and humanitarian law. And our work focuses on conducting evidence-gathering operations in line with international standards in order to prepare criminal case files. These case files eventually form the basis of prosecution, targeting mid to high-level offenders. And as the last example, last year, Canada announced our intention to intervene in the matter of Gambia versus Myanmar at the International Court of Justice. And as part of this intervention, Canada and the Netherlands specifically note that we'll pay special attention to crimes related to sexual and gender-based violence, including rape. We're also deeply aware, though, that justice for victims and survivors can mean things other than accountability. So reparations, including public acknowledgement and financial compensation, can be crucial for enabling victims to overcome trauma. And in that regard, we're really eager to hear the outcomes of your discussions at this conference on the subject of leveraging peace agreements and political settlements to achieve accountability and justice for SGBV in conflict. These are all crucial issues in need of much more attention. I'd like to close with a final note about the importance of raising the profile of these issues, including through the media, and the importance and challenge of doing so responsibly. So Canada supports efforts to help ensure that members of the media understand these issues and help tell stories that badly must be known, but are also well prepared to do so. Over a decade ago, a dear friend of mine, a journalist named Gina Moore, wrote an article called "The Pornography Trap: How Not to Write About Rape." And she described the challenge facing many journalists. And I quote, "How do we make readers ethically comfortable with our storytelling choices and morally uncomfortable with what the story depicts?" Indeed, as we try to get more and more attention to the horrors of conflict-related sexual violence, we must always keep victims and survivors at the center. And that includes being aware of the fact that sometimes salacious details make headlines that get a lot of attention and clicks, but can harm the dignity of the people who experience the crimes. As Gina Moore also says, and I quote, "Being an object of compassion is not the same as being the subject of a story." Keeping victims and survivors as subjects, not objects, is one of the approaches used in a resource produced by the DART Center of Europe, a network and resource for journalists and filmmakers who cover trauma and violence. They described that few journalistic challenges carry a greater weight of responsibility than interviewing survivors of sexual violence that occur in conflict. And they've created a guidance, a document for journalists and for filmmakers who are reporting on conflict-related sexual violence. And as someone who works on policy issues, I found them useful and encourage anyone interested to have a look at this. Again, that's the DART Center, and they're at coveringcrsv.org. So there are many rich discussions in line for today, and I don't want to stand in the way. Just to share that Canada very much looks forward to engaging in and certainly in learning from this entire conference. Thank you again. Merci. 감사합니다.
Thank you once again, Ambassador Jacqueline O'Neill on Women, Peace and Security of Canada. You did mention how Canada is putting in a lot of efforts to deal with issues related to women, peace and security. And I could definitely empathize with you on the fact that these issues are not just picking up items from a lunch buffet. It needs a more of a holistic approach. Thank you once again for your supportive remarks. And now, last but not least, I'd like to introduce Mr. I Gusti Agung Wisaka Puja, the Executive Director of the ASEAN Institute for Peace and Reconciliation, for his congratulatory remarks. Please welcome him on screen.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, Annyeong Hasimnika. Warmest greeting from Jakarta. I hope everyone is staying safe and in good health. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate and thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea for convening the third international conference on action with women and peace and inviting the ASEAN Institute for Peace and Reconciliation to be part of this avenue for promoting the women, peace and security agenda across the world. This is indeed an excellent opportunity to discuss women's participation in peace buildings. As the world is opening up after the pandemic, we must put focus again on the ongoing conflicts that have affected innocent lives, including vulnerable groups such as women. Allow me to start by giving you a glimpse of the ASEAN APR, sharing some of our goals and works in relation to today's topics, and how the ASEAN APR has been working to forge and foster the culture of peace, including the strengthening of WPS agenda in the region. Excellencies, dear colleagues, despite the advancement of the WPS agenda and gender mainstreaming in peace processes, violence against women is unfortunately still ever present, which poses a devastating conundrum in today's society. Violence against women reflects how fragmented the social and economic development are in communities and perpetuates the marginalization of women within the society. Amongst the forms of violence against women is one that is conflicts related. Conflicts affect women and men differently. Disruptions to health access, humanitarian aid, and development programs can limit women's access to regaining authority over themselves. By virtue of this, women can be subjected to different types of violence, including sexual violence. sexual violence has become a weapon of warfare and one of the defining characteristics of contemporary conflicts. Responding to this, ASEAN commits to respect fundamental freedoms and protect human rights. Numerous initiatives has been taken by ASEAN to prevent and combat conflict-related sexual violence. In 2002, for example, the ASEAN Committee on Women was established to promote and complement activities for the effective participation of women in all fields and at various levels of the political, economic, and social landscape. And part of the work done by ACW is monitoring women's participation in all aspects within the society, including women's participation in peace building and advancing the WPS agenda with relevant ASEAN bodies. And in 2004, ASEAN member states concluded the declarations on the elimination of violence against women and elimination of violence against children in ASEAN. These declarations acknowledge the importance of ASEAN member states to prevent and protect women and children from all forms of violence, including conflict-related sexual violence. In 2010, ASEAN established ASEAN Commission on the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Women, HCWC, a regional human rights mechanism to promote and protect the human rights and fundamental freedoms of women and children. One of the landmark breakthroughs of HCWC is by commissioning the ASEAN Regional Plan of Action for the elimination of violence against women. The ASEAN Regional Plan of Action on EVAW is a framework containing a set of actions that incorporate both prevention and response strategies. The Regional Plan of Actions adopts the following strategies, such as devising effective, coordinated strategies to prevent violence, protection of victims or survivors of violence, developing and strengthening legal framework, capacity building, data collection, and monitoring the efforts through a periodic review. The RPA covers a 10-year period from 2016 until 2025 and is in line with the APSC Blueprint 2025. Within its midterm review, HCWC noted that there is a need to deepen the understanding of gender-based violence in emergencies and its impact on the lives of vulnerable persons in conflict-affected areas. As a part of its long-standing cooperation, HCWC and HCW collaborated with UN Women in 2018 to develop the ASEAN Regional Guidelines on Violence Against Women and Girls data collection and use. It provides guidance for ASEAN member states in generating reliable data to improving, first, evidence-based violence against women and girls prevention and response policies, as well as second, the quality, and the third, availability of services, protection, and justice for women who experience violence in ASEAN. Sustainable peace can only be attained if it manages to address the structural and cultural roots of conflict. In doing so, Excellencies, peace building must put forth exclusively for all layers of society, including gender groups. However, as gender issues within conflicts are multidimensional, we acknowledge the importance of cross-sectoral collaborations between all ASEAN community pillars. In this regard, ASEAN APR has convened an online webinar on September 2021, engaging with AWPR, ACWC, and Southeast Asian Network of Women Peace Negotiators and Mediators to discuss and review the implementation of WPS agenda and explore the best practices and lessons learned of WPS initiative from different sectors in ASEAN. Moreover, in order to raise awareness among ASEAN member states on the importance of gender perspective and gender responsive mechanism in peace processes, as well as in pursuit of our training roster, the ASEAN APR is currently initiating the development of module for training programs on WPS. On this initiative, the ASEAN APR is engaging with various experts and practitioners on peace building to formulate and develop the training modules on WPS that is envisioned to be a tool to enhance and support women's participation in conflict resolution and peace building. Through such training based on the modules, it is hoped that the ASEAN community could create a common understanding of the importance of gender inclusion and ways to formulate gender responsive mechanisms, both at the national and regional levels. Excellencies, since the adoption of the United Nations Security Council Resolutions 1325 on women, peace, and security, important steps to ensure women's meaningful participations on peace processes have been taken on the local, national, regional, as well as global levels. Consequently, ASEAN has pursued various initiatives to advance the WPS agenda. Notable milestones include, among others, the ASEAN Leaders 2017 Joint Statement on Promoting the Women, Peace and Security in ASEAN, the 2019 Regional Symposium on Implementing WPS Agenda in ASEAN, and the 2020 ASEAN Ministerial Dialogue on Strengthening Women's Role for Sustainable Peace and Security. And in 2018, ASEAN APR contributes to this process and reached its milestones, namely through the establishment of the ASEAN Women for Peace Registry, AWPR. The registry is the first embodiment of the ASEAN APR's function to establish a pool of experts to assist conflict management and resolution efforts, as well as to build capacity for women peace builders. AWPR aims to encourage more women to take part in peace initiatives and for national and regional strategies to take gender perspective into account. And in order to facilitate better coordination and division of work among its members, the AWPR sorted themselves into 3 thematic working groups, namely, first, gender mainstreaming and WPS. Second, conflict management, conflict transformation, and conflict resolution. Third, peace education and creation of culture of peace. As situation surrounding the pandemic improve, it is hoped that the AWPR could pursue more initiatives to advance the WPS agenda. Another notable initiative from ASEAN on WPS is a collaboration with USAID and UN Women in the form of ASEAN Regional Study on WPS in 2021 that examines the progress and challenge of WPS implementations in the region. Excellencies, distinguished guests and speakers, dear colleagues, Before I conclude, I would like to emphasize how truly happy and privileged I am to be here today, as this conference is reflections of our joint commitment to enhancing the role and representation of women in key decision-making bodies and institutions. The ASEAN APIA stands ready to continue its partnership with the Republic of Korea in advancing the WPS agenda, as well as to empower the role of women in peace processes amongst many of our endeavors together. And I look forward to the outcome of this conference, as I believe that it shall be a very lively, inclusive, and diverse platform for stakeholders to promote sustainable peace through the advancement of WPS agenda. I thank you all. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your message and, of course, taking time to deliver this video to us. Once again, I'd like to express our deepest gratitude to all of the speakers for sending in their congratulatory videos. And as was mentioned, I truly hope that this international conference will be a meaningful step forward in eradicating conflict-related sexual violence. Ladies and gentlemen, this now concludes the official proceedings of the opening ceremony. And after a lunch break, we will resume at 1 p.m. Korea Standard Time with Session 1. Session 1 will be held under the theme Sexual Violence in Conflict, focusing in Asia. So please do enjoy the break, and we will see you back here in just a couple of hours. And everyone who is joining us either online or offline, please come back at 1 p.m., and I will see you there. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for returning for Session 1. We will begin Session 1 under the title Sexual Violence in Conflict, and it will be focusing on Asia. To lead us through our session today, we have our moderator, Ms. Shin Hae-soo, the Vice Chair of the UN Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. I believe our moderator and panel discussants are all on stage now. So with this, I would like to introduce to you our moderator, Ms. Shin Hae-soo.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's very nice to see you, and it is my honor and pleasure to moderate this session. Today, actually, it's very meaningful because today is the beginning of the 16 days of activism against violence against women, and also International Day to Eliminate Violence Against Women, which is commemorated around the world. And also in Korea, today we celebrated the 20th anniversary of our National Human Rights Commission, which has a big achievement 20 years ago, and has been contributing to the promotion and protection of human rights, including, of course, women's rights. So very happy to have our 4 panelists here, and we have one survivor of sexual violence in conflict from Kosovo, because this conference especially has an approach of survivor-centered approach, which we consider very important in solving this issue of sexual violence in conflict. And we have also someone from Human Rights Watch, Heather, Heather from Human Rights Watch, and also from 2 international organizations working on the issue of sexual violence in conflict, and as well as women's participation in peacekeeping and peace building. From ICRC Philippine office, we have Jennifer, and we have from UNHCR Bangladesh office, Sujin. So we have 4 distinguished speakers. The challenge here is their time is very short because we have the second session. So each will be asked to speak 3 minutes, and depending on time remaining, we'll have chance to receive some questions from you as well as online, I believe. Yeah, and then we'll continue to discuss the issue. So I'll give first the floor to Baspie Krasnich Goodman.
Hello, everyone.
Please give your warm welcome to her. She has come all the way from Kosovo.
For some of you that are not aware where Kosovo is, it's a small country, Eastern Europe. The war broke out in 1998 through 1999. I was only 16 when I was abducted by a Serbian police officer, and I was taken to a Serbian village where I was brutally raped and tortured by an officer in uniform and a civilian. I'm not going to get into too many details of what happened that day, but so far it's been the hardest day of my life, what I experienced. I've been fighting for justice since 1999. When the war ended, United Nations mission came to Kosovo. That's where I reported my case. I believed so much in United Nations and in their right doing that at 17, I took a step for justice. United Nations failed me. When European Union mission took over in Kosovo in 2010, I had to start the process all over again from the beginning with countless of interviews, statements from me, from the witnesses. The case went to a Supreme Court where both perpetrators was found not guilty for lack of evidence. I appealed the case. A few months later, the appeals court found both of the perpetrators guilty. One got 10 years in prison, the other one 12. Little did I know they were going to appeal the case and take it to the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court of Kosovo overruled the verdict and they let the perpetrators walk free. Since the justice failed me, I decided it was time to use my voice and speak up for 20,000 survivors of Kosovo, women, men, including children. To this day, we only have one perpetrator behind the bars, and that happened recently within the last 3 months. I'm here not to just share my story, but on behalf of 20,000 survivors. To this day, Serbia is not held accountable for those crimes committed during the war. European Union, they don't do much to hold Serbia accountable for. United States doesn't do much, but I ask the democratic countries to do what it takes to do the right thing for Serbia to be held accountable for those crimes. Thank you all for your time, and thank you for having me here.
Thank you very much, Bastie. As a person who have worked on the issue of so-called comfort women in Korea, who were drafted as sex slaves by the Japanese military army, I know the sufferings of the survivors of sexual violence in conflict because the Korean comfort woman victims and survivors were also questioned many, many times and interviewed many, many times with false hope. So I understand what you have been going through and all the frustrations and agonies and sufferings and your long journey to find justice and reparation. So thank you very much for coming all the way from Kosovo to speak here, although the time is very short. So now we have heard directly from a survivor, and let's hear from the video statement of Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women, whose name is Reem Al-Salem. She's a Palestinian refugee living in Jordan, and she has been working as the Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women. Actually, the Special Rapporteur position was created back in 1994 with the push of women's rights movement around the world after the Vienna World Conference the year before. The Special Rapporteur position has been making great contribution to awareness raising as well as protection of women from violence. So let's hear from Rim Amsalem on video.
Your Excellency, Mr. Chung Il-young, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, distinguished conference participants. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation and congratulations to the government of the Republic of Korea for convening this conference on this important topic. While the meaning of conflict-related sexual violence, or CRSV in short, continues to evolve, it is worth taking a moment to reflect on what that actually means. CRSV has been defined so far to include rape, sexual slavery, forced prostitution, forced pregnancy, forced abortion, enforced sterilization, forced marriage, trafficking in persons when committed in situation of conflict for the purpose of sexual violence and exploitation, and any other form of sexual violence of comparable gravity perpetrated against women, men, girls, or boys that is directly or indirectly linked to a conflict. CRSV is distinguished from other acts of sexual violence due to the conflict-related environment in which it occurs and the profile of perpetrators and victims. Perpetrators of CRSV are often affiliated with state or non-state armed groups. This type of violence is often used as a tool of political intimidation committed by either state and non-state parties in the conflict and can act as constituent elements of war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide, torture, and other violations of international human rights law and international humanitarian law. CRSV has also been recognized as a threat to international peace and security, persisting long after a conflict has ceased. It may even escalate in post-conflict environments. The Vienna Declaration and Program of Action established that eliminating violence against women is a human rights obligation of states, and that rape and sexual violence more broadly are violations of the fundamental principles of international humanitarian and human rights law. By asserting that violations of women's human rights during conflict are violations of both international human rights law and humanitarian law, the declaration questioned the traditional divide according to which the former applied to violence under regular circumstances and the latter to conflict contexts. The Platform of Independent Expert Mechanism on the Elimination of Discrimination and Violence Against Women, EDWA, which was established by my mandate, had argued that sexual violence and violence against women during conflict cannot be understood in isolation from gender-based violence and discrimination that women experience in times of peace. On the contrary, it is connected and derives from the more general patterns of gender inequality and violence against women. This results in women becoming more vulnerable to conflict-related violence and human rights violations in general, and the failure to provide access to interim measures and reparations. In that sense, the platform had emphasized that addressing the root causes of gender-based violence against women and girls requires a holistic approach along a continuum of before, during, and after a conflict. An effective approach also requires full and meaningful participation of women in all political negotiations, as well as in peace-building and governance processes, in line with Security Council Resolution 1325, which also established a framework for addressing sexual violence in conflict. In the same vein, my mandate had argued in its report of 2021 to the Human Rights Council that rape is a widespread crime in both peace and conflict. Sexual violence cannot be successfully addressed in conflict context without addressing pre-existing shortcomings in its criminalization and normalization in the state concerned. In the aforementioned report, the mandate further highlighted that the international human rights framework on sexual violence is applicable in times of peace and conflict and is broader than the frameworks of international humanitarian law or international criminal law. In fact, the UN Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women continues to be the normative framework for eliminating violence against women in both peace and conflict, and therefore also the framework for 1325 related interventions. It is encouraging to see that there has been some progress in state practice when it comes to making sure that mandates of truth and reconciliation processes include the investigation of gender-based violence. And while conflict-related crimes have gained more visibility, particularly since the appointment of a special representative of the Secretary General of the UN on sexual violence and conflict, a number of issues remain very worrisome, which include: number one, the lack of a significant progress in holding perpetrators of sexual violence and conflict accountable. This is often compounded by the fact that states, including states that have ratified the Rome Statute, have statutes of limitations for the prosecution of rape, which contributes to the widespread impunity for perpetrators. Number two, even though states are obliged to develop penal, civil, labor, and administrative sanctions in domestic legislation to punish and redress wrongs caused to women and girls who are subject to violence, and even though women bear the brunt of violence during times of conflict, women have not been sufficiently prioritized when it comes to reparations. Women still encounter significant obstacles in accessing institutions that deal with reparations. For these and other obstacles to be overcome, it is important to ensure that women participate fully, equally, and consistently in reparations discussions and processes. When implementing reparations, it is very important that they not merely bring women back to the same position they were in before suffering sexual violence, but strive for a truly transformative potential. Reparations should aspire, to the extent possible, to challenge rather than reinforce pre-existing structural inequalities and gender stereotypes that may have been at the root cause of conflict and at the root cause of violence that women experience before, during, and after this conflict. Though these challenges remain daunting and new humanitarian and conflict crises continue to emerge, we can see the beginning of change happening. Sexual violence is no longer seen simply as a byproduct of conflict, but as a significant form of insecurity, conflict, and a violation in itself that needs urgent and persistent addressing. This, I would like to stress, is possible by ensuring accountability, by combating structural gender inequality, and by truly listening to and including survivors, women and girls, in shaping lasting solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rim, although you cannot hear us. And she emphasized accountability and reparation, and in reparation, the survivors' perspective and needs and desires should be considered seriously. So thank you. And the EDWA network that she mentioned in her speech is connecting all the existing UN bodies that works on discrimination and violence issues. So the CEDAW committee to monitor implementation of the CEDAW Convention, as well as her own mandate, the Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women. And also there is working group on discrimination against women and girls, which was created in 2010. So these are all working together to end discrimination and violence. And in that way, we strive to end violence as well as discrimination. And in addition to that, after Security Council Resolution 1325, of course, the special representative of the Secretary General on sexual violence in conflict, that is also included in the network. Okay, so we heard the survivors' testimony, although short, and then the Special Rapporteur's video speech. And then we have the panelists, which I ask Ms. Heather Barr to go next. and she's from Human Rights Watch, based in Pakistan, Islamabad.
Thank you so much, and I want to thank you for telling us that story. I'm so sorry that you've had to tell it so many times, and that the world has let you and the women of your country down so badly. I wish it was surprising. Thank you for inviting me here today. It's important to talk about this topic, and especially to talk about it in Korea, which is a country which has been touched very deeply by sexual violence and conflict, as everyone here knows. I wanted to say that we have a brand new example, unfortunately, of what happens when women are excluded from peace talks and from discussions about their country's future. And that country, of course, is Afghanistan. Afghan women's rights activists fought for decades, for the last 40 years of war, to be part of decisions about their country. They fought for over 10 years specifically to be part of any talks with the Taliban about what would happen in their country now. The US went ahead with talks with the Taliban and excluded women completely. They also excluded the Afghan government, and that discussion helped contribute to the events that led to the Taliban taking over the country again on August 15th of this year. And since the Taliban took the country over again, they've systematically rolled back women's rights to education, to employment, to freedom of movement, and to freedom of expression, the right to protest, every right that you can think of. But this is not the only example. This is a very recent one, but there are many other examples, including from Asia. In Nepal, tens of thousands of people, many of them women targeted specifically because of their gender, have been the victims of crimes including enforced disappearance, torture, rape, unlawful killings in the period from 1996 to 2006. Women in Nepal have been fighting for justice ever since, and their efforts have been blocked by many different governments in that country. Others today have already mentioned Myanmar. We know that sexual violence against women has been a feature of many different conflicts in Myanmar, including the ethnic cleansing of the Rohingya people that's been happening since 2017, and that's driven 600,000 people to flee Myanmar to Bangladesh. And we know that the coup that's happened in Myanmar has now made any possibility of justice for those women even more remote than ever. So I wanted to talk very quickly about the three things that survivors need, want, and have a right to, and how we're not delivering on any of those things, unfortunately, as I think all of the speakers today have admitted in more or less clear manners. The first thing, of course, is immediate and long-term assistance. That includes medical assistance, including access to abortion. It includes psychological care, mental health support, short-term and long-term. And it has to also include financial support and access to education and livelihood so that they can rebuild their lives again. The second thing is justice. And you've talked about justice, and justice, as the Special Rapporteur has said, is not just about people going to prison, although that can be very important, but it's also about reparations. It's about paying back for the harm that's been done, the harm that people have inflicted, and that's very often neglected. And as the Special Rapporteur said, when reparations are paid, they're often not paid to women. And then the third and maybe the most important aspect, because this is key to prevention, as Jacqueline O'Neill said, is we have to recognize that survivors are the experts. They're the main experts on all of these issues. They're the experts on what the solutions are after sexual violence and conflict has been committed, and they're the experts on how to prevent sexual violence and conflict. And they should be at the center of all of these discussions at every level, from the local level to the international level, in courts, at the United Nations, in peace talks, everywhere. And none of this is happening. None of it is happening. We're doing a terrible job on this issue in spite of a lot of conferences and a lot of plans and a lot of, shiny initiatives and so on. And that's partly linked to the fact that women aren't adequately represented anywhere. Out of 193 countries, we have 23 female heads of state. The International Court of Justice, which is the UN's main court, has just appointed its 5th woman out of 110 judges that it's had in the history of the court. And the United Nations has never been headed by a woman. So it's not a coincidence that we're not doing an adequate job of having women as leaders on sexual violence and conflict when we're not doing an adequate job of having women as leaders anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heather, for your 3 very important points that you emphasized. Yeah, thank you. Next, we will meet Kin Omar on video. I think she has been waiting. She's from Burma, Women's League of Burma. I have worked with Women's League of Burma from the 90s when most of them were in Thailand. Yeah, so very good to see you. Kin, please go ahead.
Thank you. Very good to see you too. Thank you all for this opportunity to share the situation of women in Burma, Myanmar. As I stand in solidarity today with the victims and survivors of sexual and gender-based violence in Myanmar and also around the world, I call on the international community, particularly the UN Security Council, to hold the Myanmar military to account. The Myanmar military has long used rape as a weapon of war in their military operations against minoritized ethnic and religious communities such as the Rohingya, Shan, Kachin, Lahu, Rakhine, many others. Our sister organizations, including the Women's League of Burma, have documented hundreds of cases of the military's systematic and persistent use of rape as a weapon of war over the past 2 decades. I myself met many survivors of the Myanmar military's rape for those years. Sexual violence is part of a deliberate and systematic pattern of the Myanmar military to target especially the ethnic women and girls, but now that has now changed in the past 10 months as they started to target the women and girls across the country from regardless of their religious background or the ethnicity. This fact of this deliberate systematic pattern of the military use of sexual violence was confirmed in 2019 by the UN fact-finding mission on Myanmar. With all the fact-finding mission's strong recommendations, these recommendations continue to be unheard, not heeded by the international community, particularly by the UN. For the past 10 months, the same military who committed genocide against the Rohingya in 2017 and crimes against humanity and war crimes against other ethnic and religious minorities are committing serious international crimes against the people across Myanmar for the people resisting their attempted coup, using extreme violent means as possible to crush the democracy movement, including conducting mass arrest, mass detention, torture, mass killings, and also the rape and gang rape and sexual violence against the women. Nearly 1,300 people have been killed in the last 10 months. At least 91 were women. Over 10,500 have been arrested. Nearly 1,400 are women. A number of sexual assaults and sexual violence cases in detention have been reported against women and LGBTIQ democracy activists. Cases of rape and gang rape and killing of women and girls by the Myanmar military soldiers have been also reported in the ethnic areas such as in Shan, Kachin, and Chin. As recent as on November 11, a group of Myanmar military soldiers gang raped a 27-year-old Chin ethnic woman in front of her husband, tortured her husband, and ransacked their home. And she just gave the birth to her 3rd child a month ago. While she was raped, there is also her sister-in-law another woman, Chin woman, 30 years old, who is 7 months pregnant, was also raped. This Myanmar military's long use of rape and sexual violence as a weapon with blanket impunity must end. I have come to learn about this Myanmar military's rape since I was 18 years old. That was 33 years already. The UN's repeated failure to end this impunity of the Myanmar military has emboldened the military to continue further crimes against the people and, of course, the women of Myanmar. Not holding this military to account for their past crimes has allowed them to continue committing the crimes of today. The international community must hold this military to account. This violence must end. The governments of international community must also strictly refrain from all forms of engagement with this military junta. In this regard, I want to thanks to all the Korean civil society for your overwhelming support to the Myanmar people of the Spring Revolution for the past 10 months. But I also want to call on the Korean government to act swiftly to stop any military relationship with this Myanmar military and also ensure all these Korean companies, including POSCO, to stop doing business with the Myanmar military junta. With that, I want to end here and I look forward to our dialogue. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kin, and thank you for your call to the Korean civil society and Korean government to stop giving any further, what can I call it, relationship assistance to the Myanmar military. And it is heartbreaking to hear this continuing rape, killing, and massacre of people in Myanmar, mostly women, which has been continuing for now so many decades. Because I read the report, License to Rape, License to Kill, published by the Women's League of Burma long time ago, which is still continuing, and it is really heartbreaking. And I believe there is a group in Korea to help the Burmese people, group in Korea. So I hope that Foreign Ministry and the responsible person here should also consider your suggestions and appeal. Thank you very much. Next panelist is Ms. Jennifer Van Wyk from the International Committee of the Red Cross. I believe she's based in the Philippines. Okay, the floor is yours. Yeah, it's very hard to see you here. Okay, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Van Wyk, and I work for the International Committee of the Red Cross, also known as ICRC. We have a mandate to ensure humanitarian protection and assistance to victims of armed conflict, as well as to promote the respect of the international humanitarian law, which outlines the rules of law. As a mental health and psychosocial delegate in the Philippines, our program is often involved in responding to the needs of sexual survivors affected by conflict. The ICRC works at eliminating sexual violence in armed conflict, other situations of violence, and in detention, while ensuring that its survivors or victims have access to all necessary services and strengthen their and their community's resilience. Sexual violence is a violation of international humanitarian law and other international laws. We focus on the survivors' safety, respect, and dignity. So how do we address sexual violence in the Asia-Pacific region? Our approach is holistic and multidisciplinary and survivor-focused. We aim to integrate its prevention and risk mitigation into all activities. In the Asia-Pacific region, we have 4 main themes. Firstly, we support and reinforce this healthcare, mental health, and psychosocial services, as well as provide income-generating activities for victims and survivors. We also connect survivors to existing resources, however, only with the full informed consent of the survivors. At the same time, we enhance local capacities to prevent or respond to such violence. For instance, by training health or law enforcement actors on how to compassionately and non-judgmentally respond to sexual violence disclosures. Or when we capacity build women in rural communities, such as traditional birth attendants, we find that community leaders are then more likely to ask these women to participate in decision-making activities. Secondly, we involve groups who are at risk of sexual violence, women and girls, but also vulnerable men and boys, in the design of our program initiatives through our community-based protection approach. Because it is the people at risk that are best placed to identify security concerns and protection strategies. Humanitarian responses need to involve women determining context-specific solutions to conflict-caused problems. Thirdly, we work to prevent sexual violence. We integrate discussion on the prohibition of sexual violence in our dialogue with all parties to conflict, stressing the role that arms carriers play in preventing and responding to sexual violence. For example, we hold pre-departure briefings for peacekeepers from this region being deployed to other contexts, and we have similar discussions with national armed forces. We also promote international humanitarian law in debates, conferences, engagements with religious leaders, including female scholars, academics, students, and the media. We encourage governments to enact sexual violence legal frameworks. And in 2020, we published a checklist titled Domestic Implementation of International Humanitarian Law Prohibiting Sexual Violence, so that we could support national authorities in implementing a more systematic and global approach to their domestic legislation. Finally, we actively communicate with victims or survivors to ensure that life-saving information is given. For example, we disseminate videos via social media highlighting that it's not their fault and the importance of accessing timely care. However, it's not just what we do, it's also how we do it. We witness and acknowledge and respect the effects that these horrendous experiences that survivors have endured. And we honor the strength, the courage, the vulnerability, and intelligence shown in order to survive. Survivors need to be involved in all decisions that affect their body and their life. And if this attitude is infused into every relevant intervention, program, or law, then we will all benefit. It is ICRC's position that this, when combined with the respect for the international humanitarian law, will create an environment for sustainable peace and healing.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, for highlighting the 4 main areas of ICRC's work. I hope that ICRC also give these assistance to the survivors and victims in Myanmar, which is near, to the Philippines. I believe you have office there in Myanmar, yeah? So if you have more questions to her, I hope we can have some time for questions and answers. And finally, we go to Sujin Ri, who is from UNHCR, Bangladesh office. So she will give us picture what's happening in Bangladesh.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sujin Ri. I'm working for UNHCR Bangladesh operation in the Rohingya response. I would like to take this opportunity to express the appreciation and the support and the leadership given by the government of Republic of Korea in leading this discussion and also trying to address the plight and the issues of the sexual-based violence in the region. UNHCR, the refugee agency, is the lead agency on protection. We are here to assist the refugee and the displaced person in the world. Now, you have heard many times that we have talked about the Rohingya refugees. This is an ethnic minority in Rakhine State who have been persecuted by the Myanmar government. Recently, they were persecuted and they have fled the country in August of 2017 in mass numbers. In fact, it was 740,000 who crossed the border in just a couple of weeks and reached to the Bangladesh territory. So these are the Rohingya refugees who have fled. And as noted, rape and sexual violence has been used as a tool of intimidation, as a weapon to repress and to persecute the ethnic minority. And they fled Myanmar and came to Bangladesh. Currently, we have more than 900,000 Rohingya refugees residing in 34 camps in the Cox's Bazar region of Bangladesh. Of those 900,000 at the moment, 52% of the population is women and girls. Unfortunately, the gender-based violence has not been eliminated. It has been still perpetuated in Bangladesh because of the way the structural inequality, the gender inequality, and the socio-economic norms, the cultural norms that prevent some of this issue to be addressed. So these are the issues that is still perpetuated in the camps at the moment. And another thing that is also compounding the difficulty here is because of a highly congested camp environment, that it also makes it very difficult to address the issue. Refugees are residing in a very compact area where in 1 kilometer square meter, there are about 40,000 refugees residing in that area. This is more than 3 times of the density of Gaza Strip. And this is also equal to the Manila, which is the highly populated world in the country. The high density of this and the camp refugee environment doesn't make it easier to address the issue here. So this is another thing, but the COVID pandemic has also exacerbated and perpetuated the inequality and the gender-based violence in the camp. Because during this COVID pandemic, humanitarian actors in the community were restricted or to limit the activity only to the critical life-saving activity. So some of the protection services that are needed by the survivors and those who face gender-based violence could not access it because it was not considered a critical activity. Nevertheless, through the refugee volunteer system, we maintain our community approach there and our protection delivery with the refugee community there. UNHCR, as a lead protection agency, we lead the community-based protection service, and also throughout the programming, we use the community-based approach to ensure that the views and the genders of all the women and the children and the men, the person with disability, are incorporated in the programming assistance. It is not an easy feat to address the gender-based violence. It cannot be just addressed through advocacy or to one-sided thing. It needs a holistic, comprehensive approach of addressing the gender-based violence in the camp. And through many of the initiatives, UNHCR, along with the humanitarian community, 50 agencies are involved in the protection sectors. So we are looking into ways of how to address this through the case management or through the multi-sectoral assistance program that is centered around the victims and the survivors of the gender-based violence. We also note that without a positive behavior change of the male, that this is also not going to lead to a change. So we in the camp have also initiated a community-based protection approach where we have the SASA is a new initiative wherein we involve the Rohingya boys and men into being an advocate of the gender-based to improve the lives of the women and to bring about a positive behavior change in the camps. And they, in the camp, are wearing a pink shirts, and they walk around the refugee camp, and then try to educate the other males to lead to a behavior change. As you know, behavior change doesn't happen in 1 year. It has to be a concerted, continuous effort of advocacy, sensitization, and awareness raising among the population. So this is an ongoing effort that we also are looking into. But another thing that we need to look in, how do we empower the women and girls in making sure they are aware of their rights and their rights are not violated, and then they know of what protection avenue and services are available for them to raise the issue if they're encountered. So those kind of things we need to look into in a way, how to educate them, build their skills, and also bring about their awareness and behavioral change. But it's not only limited to the women, but also the caregivers of these women and girls, the children. Without the behavioral change of the caregivers, and also noting the structural imbalance and the gender imbalance in the Rohingya society, that is very difficult to bring about change. It has to be a holistic, comprehensive approach where it involves the whole society of the men, the boy, the girls, then the women. And everything has to be looked into it. We also look at the protection dilemma and the vulnerability that the children also face with the forced and early marriage as well. 5 to 10% of the refugee population, they go through this child marriage. And of those families who go through this child marriage, 2/3 of the population consider that this is normal. And they do this as a coping strategy to protect the girls and to alleviate the economic burdens on the household. This is how it is perceived among the refugee household. So we need to bring about a change of the dynamic and the way they approach this issue. So it is not an easy way to do a cultural shift or a change behavior. But lastly, I know that we're giving only 3 minutes, so we have to wrap it up here. But I would like to just say that this is a collective effort by all involved in this Rohingya response as the international community and the humanitarian community to address the gender-based violence, because it's not only limited to the crisis situation, but also in a humanitarian crisis that we need to address this. But I would like to advocate to all audience and the general public to make sure that we persist and continue our attention to this issue and to continuously give support on this agenda. And most importantly, we need the support of the general public and the financial contribution of the government to make sure that we can sustain this humanitarian operation and continue the initiative to improve the lives of the women, the girls, the boys and men, and persons with disability, and the most vulnerable group in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sujin, and thank you for your presentation, that your activities are needs-based of the survivors, as well as protection of the refugees. And thank you for introducing your new approach involving men and boys in combating this violence. Together with ICRC, I think that UNHCR is at the forefront of helping the victims and survivors. Together with the international organization like Human Rights Watch and civil society at the national level as well as the international level, we try to solve this issue globally. And since we heard all the panelists, including the survivor, now is the time. I think we have about at least 40 minutes for discussion, because that's why we cut short of your presentation time, so that we have more time for discussion from the audience, or even among panelists yourselves, if you have any questions. So now is the time until we have a break at 1:30. Yeah. Anybody want to ask questions? Yes, in the front line. Can somebody bring a microphone?
Good afternoon. Do you hear me? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Esther Dingemans of the Global Survivors Fund. I would love to hear a little bit more about the situation of the Rohingya survivors of sexual violence in the camps in Cox's Bazar. We've been trying to reach out to national organizations to see if we could work together on a project to provide interim reparative measures, very much to what Heather was saying about livelihood support and immediate care. But what we're hearing is that it is so hard, even for national or local partners working in the camps, to actually work with survivors directly, because it's very hard. It's dangerous for them to be involved in a dialogue. It might be stigmatizing them further. So, Jin, you were mentioning the structural inequalities, of course, contributing to that, which leaves us in a very difficult position. So, what are your thoughts on how can victims of sexual violence around Cox's Bazar best be reached and served in a way that allows for their full participation, that we're also talking about, and not just offering services, but going further and establishing and designing those services together with them? Wonder if anyone has any thoughts on that.
Thank you very much for your question. Yeah, but before Sujin answers to your question regarding Rohingyas, yeah, I just would like to inform you that there are 6 questions from the online viewers, which I will tell first, and then maybe the panelists can also integrate Esther's question into that. So 2 questions to Basfie. Yeah, those 2 questions. You don't have you have translator, okay? Because I want to read it in Korean as it was asked. So one question to Basfie is. 생존자 중심 접근, survivor-centered approach, 생존자 중심 접근을 실제로 이행하는 데 있어서 가장 큰 어려움이 어떤 점이셨는지 궁금합니다. So what do you think is the most serious problem of having survivor-centered approach? Yeah, but wait. And then another question to you is. 생존자로서 현재 국가들이 취하고 있는 생존자 중심 접근에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지
and of course survivor-centered approaches are important, but what are nations actually doing? What can we do to make improvements on national agendas and initiatives regarding survivor-centered initiatives to strengthen that?
I have met survivors from about 22 different countries, and the main focus or the main issues that we have to deal with at home and abroad is stigma. Stigma surrounds us really bad. We have to work together to end stigma and give the space to survivors to feel free and open to share their stories, so that way they can be part of any discussion. And the second question, it's basically the same with, I think it was something, what is the, if somebody can repeat the question, the last part.
The question is, what are the problems, or as a survivor, what do you think of the survivor-centered approach of the countries, of the governments? Is there any part that needs to be revised or supplemented?
I'll speak on behalf of the survivors from my country. Our country has let us down. International committee has let us down. They don't do enough. Everybody speaks about rape being a crime against humanity, but when it comes to doing something, they have done little to nothing for us. So we have to work with the international committee, and we're not going to have a peace if we don't punish the past crimes and present crimes. This will continue with any war. Women will be objected to sexual violence.
Thank you very much for your answers. Yep. And now we go to Esther's question, which is addressed to Sujin, right, about Rohingya? Yeah. And then there are more questions to be followed. Questions addressed to Heather. Also, there is one question addressed to Kin Omar, and then 2 questions addressed to everyone. So, yeah, wait for that. But first, Sujin.
Well, thank you very much, Esther, for raising this issue. Indeed, this is an issue, as shared by Vestvia. Stigma is a major issue in trying to address the GBB and on how to provide assistance to the victim without stigmatizing them. Because of that reason, many of the GBB issues in the camps are not well elevated at the moment, because at the moment everything is underreported and people don't want to share that experience because of the culture. They cannot shame their family, or they'll be ostracized and they'll be stigmatized for the rest of their life. This is an issue that we are well aware of. We have to be very discreet in how to approach the victims, and also to make sure that everything has to be addressed in a multi-sectoral ways, because it's not only about addressing the medical follow-up issue, but also the legal procedure that we need to follow up, and also how to advocate with the government in some of this issue, and then with the male community and the Muslim community leader, the Maji system, and how to address this in a comprehensive manner. I know we don't have an easy solution for this, but we have in the protection lead sector, there is a sub-working group, the GBB working group, where people are looking into this issue. But UNHCR, as a protection agency, we work closely with all the NGOs and our partners in addressing these needs, because we take this issue very seriously, and also to try to advocate the rights of the women and the children, but also for those boys and men who also are victims of the GBB as well. But we are aware that this is not an answer that you want to hear at this stage, but as you know, this is a work in progress issue. So we hope that we can have a continuous dialogue, a way of addressing this GBB in the camp, because this is an issue that cannot be immediately solved. It is a long-term solution we need to look into. Thank you, Esther.
Thank you for your answer. Now I will read out the question to Kin Omar, since you have been waiting online. Yeah. The question is, at the opening session this morning, one representative from ASEAN shared ASEAN's ongoing approaches and mechanisms for eliminating sexual violence in conflict. How do you evaluate these efforts made by ASEAN? Have these ASEAN efforts had any positive impacts on Myanmar?
Thank you for this question. I didn't hear the speaker, so it's hard for me to think of what because I didn't know what was said. But I'll just respond based on our experience. Not only this issue on the sexual violence and conflict, but also the other issues that Myanmar people are facing, the crisis challenges. One with regards to our approach, or our approach to our engagement with the ASEAN, it's been very challenging. And when it comes to this particular issue on the sexual violence in conflict, I'm actually surprised to hear the representative talk about the sexual violence in conflict, because even for us to be able to communicate to the ASEAN Commission on the Protection of Women and Children, the ACWC, has been extremely difficult. In fact, the Commission is not independent by having the military's representative in the Commission. So they can't even freely talk about the issues and the matters that concern to the people on the ground. And so from our end, we never got any door from the ASEAN open to us to discuss these matters or to receive our complaint. So And ASEAN is like an absolutely, I'm sorry to say that we don't see any, I mean, the ASEAN is not a body, or any of the ASEAN mechanisms are not reliable for us in our situation to reach out to or get help. So yeah, it's very unfortunate. And these are the issues that we have raised to different ASEAN bodies, mechanisms, and yet they never open the door to us. So yeah.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Thank you. Another question is to Heather. I agree, this is the question. I agree that we are not doing well enough, even though we have many conferences and initiatives on this agenda. Do you have suggestions for improving the situation? This is too general a question. What do you think the governments need to do for more tangible improvements?
Thank you. Well, I think one very tangible and concrete thing that we can do is count who is actually at the table when these discussions happen. It's not difficult to count how many women are part of a peace negotiation. That, of course, is only one indicator, but it's an awfully important one. And even though it's very easy to see, we still get it wrong every time. One of the things that we've been pointing out in Afghanistan lately is how many international organizations are sending groups of only men to meet with the Taliban, including UN agencies and including aid agencies. So this is really embarrassing, and this reinforces the Taliban's view that they can live in a world without women and that women don't have anything important to contribute to leadership. I would suggest that any country or organization that's interacting with the Taliban should not just send women to the meeting, but have women lead the meeting and perhaps send only women to the meeting. This might seem trivial, but it really does matter. And it also relates to the broader point I made about women's leadership in international organizations, women's leadership in national governments. I don't think any of our governments are doing well enough at that, including our host government here. So I think that that's one concrete thing. I think that we've talked a lot about including survivors, consulting with survivors. We should go further than that, and all of these efforts should be led by survivors. So, thanks.
Thank you for your answer. Now, two remaining questions. One is too general. This is to everybody. We are still talking about violence against women, sexual violence against women in 21st century. I would like to know which countries and the situations there are in need of awareness raising and assistance. I think all the countries around the world, including Korea, So I think that question can be answered. But the remaining one question is to everybody. I wonder how you could identify conflict-related sexual violence or gender-based violence survivors. And while it seems that one of the most important ways to identify survivors is from their testimonies, how can you encourage them to raise their voices? So, and Bastille, you talked about stigma, and it's because of the stigma that people are not willing to come forward, So, what is your opinion?
Yeah, it is because of stigma. The war ended in Kosovo 21 years ago, and so far, I am the only survivor to speak in public without hiding my identity. And because of that, survivors, they hesitate to speak up. There might be some, they testify at a police station, the outcome is not great, so they hesitate to speak up. But I think the root of this problem, the stigma, is the family and society, and especially the males. They don't give the free space for their women to speak up. In my country, if they were to speak up, they will be disowned by the family, they will go through the divorce and everything else. I was lucky enough to have a family that supported me, and I was able to share my story with my country and now in other countries of the world. But yeah, it's because of the stigma. The survivors are hesitant because you're going to be judged no matter what. The blame is always to the victim, never to the perpetrator. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, maybe one difference between the Korean survivors of comfort women system and the current survivors of current violations is because when the comfort women came forward, they were already somewhat old enough. And then most of them didn't get married, although some of them got married and then adopted children. So they were sort of freer than those who are younger survivors or who have immediate families. So the first survivor came forward in 1991, yeah? So she was already like 60s, in her 60s. And then, of course, the public testimony that people viewed on television encouraged other women to come forward. So that's the Korean experience. And I think this courage to come forward is the first thing. But without social support, it's really difficult for the survivors to speak about their experience. Yeah. And from other panelists, do you have anything to say? Yeah. So after Heather and then Jennifer. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just add one thing, which is to say that I really appreciated the way that Jacqueline O'Neill talked about how we talk about these stories in a respectful way, and the responsibility of the media and also human rights researchers like my own organization in sort of sharing the information but doing it in a way that's not sensationalized and abusive. Thanks.
Yeah, reported not in sensational way, but media always want to make it sensational. Yeah. So, but the experience of our comfort women survivors, when they gave their public testimonies, all their angers and frustrations and pains came back, so they had to go to the toilet, bathroom, and then had to smoke, to get rid of their frustration and anger. No, actually, that was the common story in the 1990s, yeah, in the initial years of their public testimonies. But sometimes people are very cruel, like one Japanese reporter who asked in public, so how much money do you want, That was a really insult. So how we respect the survivors when we put survivor-centered approach, what does it mean? We respect the survivors and their integrity and their dignity as a human being. Yeah. But Jennifer, do you want to add something? Yes, please.
Yeah, I want to definitely reiterate what was said about reducing the stigma. That's 100% really necessary. And there's also, I want to talk a little bit about what the survivor-centered approach is from a psychological perspective. Because as a psychotherapist, I never assume how someone's going to react to a situation, because we all have different reactions that we might go through, different things that have shaped us and molded us. However, with sexual violence survivors, we do make 3 assumptions, actually. And the first 2 are kind of related. It's that they probably have a sense of shame and guilt, right? So that's why in every single message, and even in my opening statement, we really want to reiterate that it's not their fault. That's why at ICRC, we also keep that victim. We let them decide if they want the victim or the survivor label, because victim really makes it clear that it was not their fault, 100% not their fault. So we have to also help survivors in processing this shame and guilt and helping them heal that. And then the third assumption that we also make when working with sexual survivors is that there's a profound disempowerment. They've had their boundaries violated, not only on a physical level, but on an emotional, psychological, spiritual level. You start thinking about, is the world safe? What power do I have? What power don't I have? And so when we work with survivors and we want to encourage them, we have to make sure we're giving them a choice. That is the backbone of empowerment. So that means giving them a choice to speak up or giving them a choice not to. What we always tell our teams is we're a menu. These are the different options that you can have. These are the ingredients. This is maybe what's going to happen, the benefits and the consequences. How can we mitigate those consequences? However, I am going to trust your inner knowledge, your intelligence, for you to make the best decision for you. And I'm not going to dictate what that is.
Thank you. Yeah. Before we give the floor to Sujin, let's go to Kin Omar, which I believe has something to say.
Yeah, thank you. I also joined Jennifer as you talked about the empowerment and also giving them a choice. Because in my experience meeting with the survivors, also our organizations meeting with these survivors and documenting, what we notice is also that it just takes time, but also if we have a ongoing support process, really be with them and hear from them, and it just takes steps, but for them to be able to take the to feel empowered to decide what they want to do and how they want to speak up or not. But also what I learned from our experience is that definitely their family members are the key in this building the support. So in the survivor center approach, the way that I see is that also empowerment to the survivors themselves, bringing the family in the process is really important. But then what we also found in our country's experience is that how do we actually have an environment? How can we have this safe and enabling environment where we can process that, where we can process for the survivors to be able to sit with us, their families to be able to sit with us and go through this process of healing and empowerment. That's where the major challenge that I want to point out in our Myanmar-Burma country situation. Under this military who stay above the law and enjoy this entrenched impunity for so long, for really by generations, we can't find a place even for the women organizations to be able to facilitate such space. So I think with all of the stigmatization, how to deal with the a individual, family, one-on-one empowerment approach and all of that, but then how do we actually have this environment and the safe place where the women will be able to, or the survivors will be able to take up with their courage, because it's already inside them. I met a survivor from Lahu ethnic community, 40-year-old, with I think she had 3-4 children, and she was gang raped by 7 soldiers. And she told me in her story, she telling me, she said if there were 4 of them, I would have beaten them up right away. But because there were 7 of them, I couldn't do anything. So my point here is that this courage and the resistance and resilience, the strength, the inner strength that each survivors have, is there. But how do we actually nurture that if we don't even have the enabling environment or the political space within the country or the society? I think that's, to me, there's another key challenge that we should be addressing, because we cannot just for us, we don't have a space to do that, even though the women are willing to speak up.
Yeah, I agree, because in Korean situation, it was only when we were establishing democracy again that women's movement organizations could get together and then form an umbrella organization so that women can speak out about this issue. So I think enabling environment is very important. The democracy and free atmosphere, and it is not easy to raise any opposition or the issue of sexual violence in conflict like this under the very oppressive and dictatorial government. Yeah, and then there should be enough social support so that the survivors feel safe enough to come forward and then be protected if any stigmatization or discrimination, stereotypes, that happens. Yeah, and I hope that in Myanmar, Burma, soon, the situation would change with the support and assistance from the international community that you are now calling for. Yeah, thank you for your insight. And now, Sujin, would you like to add something on this issue?
I would like to add the principle of do no harm. Just trying to force or to persuade the victim to come and speak out. If it has a negative repercussion and doing more harm, I don't think that's our approach here. We are here to provide protection to the victims and survivors. So we need to adhere to the principle of do no harm. But I think in order for women to really step up and come forward, you have to build up an environment of trust and also empower them. And this will take a long time to bring them a behavioral change, because the Rohingya refugees, the women, they have not been empowered in their society. So to bring about the behavioral change, it will take some time. But we also have to make sure that we build up the resilience of the community, that the women ultimately are very resilient in their family and community. They can come forward and create a community leadership. In fact, in the Rohingya refugee camp, the imam, the refugee leader, we do have women imam in the refugee camp. So this is already a start. Back in Rakhine State, they never had a female imam. So I just want to just highlight, in the 4-year time, we have introduced a change, but this is going to be a gradual one, and it's a long-term project. So I just wanted to emphasize that one. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Any other questions, opinions, suggestions from the floor? Okay, so if not, I think we can close this first session 10 minutes before our time is due. But I think we learned important things in this session. This year's International Conference on Sexual Violence in Conflict, Action with Women and Peace initiative, we adopted the approach of survivor-centered as well as Asia-focused. So we heard situations in Afghanistan, Nepal, Myanmar, Philippines, and Bangladesh, especially the refugee camp in Cox's Bazar. And we heard, most importantly, testimony of a survivor who came all the way from Kosovo, who shared the similar experiences of, as a survivor, what is her long, tired journey in search of justice and reparation. So each panelist, as well as the special rapporteur on violence against women, addressed the important aspects of this issue of sexual violence in conflict. We need to adhere to the needs and rights of the survivors, from the international human rights and humanitarian law perspective, and their immediate needs should be taken care of in terms of medical, psychological, financial, legal, all their needs should be taken care of. But of course, justice and accountability is also at the same time very important. So to hold those accountable and brought to justice, which is now delayed, and then impunity around the world is rampant. So that issue needs to be addressed, as well as the proper reparation, including financial but non-financial compensations. And in order to do that, I think it is very important that women needs to be properly represented in decision-making tables, as suggested by Heather. So without this woman in decision-making table, then women's needs and interests are not be taken into account, are not be reflected, and the society will not be changed. And it is very, it was emphasized that how to make the enabling environment to provide safe space for the survivors to come forward so that their stories are told. And in order to do that, we need to change the so-called culture, as well as the behaviors of the community and the whole society, including, of course, more importantly, men and boys. But this will not be done overnight or within 1 year, so we need to be patient, but keep doing it. But Vastia, I hope that we can call you human rights defenders, you know, and human rights activists, not only as survivors, but we see from Korean experience, many the former comfort women really become activists, human rights activists and human rights defenders, you know, against war, against any violence during conflict, as well as in peacetime. So I think our consciousness grows as we, you know, stand together with the survivors. And then the whole society changes in terms of legal framework as well as attitude. So I want to tell you that in the beginning of our Wednesday demonstration, which started in 1990 to January 8th, and then since the demonstration was held in open space, there were always photographers who want to take a picture. And then in the beginning, the survivors were afraid that their identity is known. So they were like doing like this, you know, hiding their face. But after a few years, you know, they were proud to be taken photos anytime. Because slowly and gradually the social attitude has changed. It's not to blame the victims and survivors, but the whole society as well as the perpetrators. So I hope that with our endeavor in Action with Women and Peace initiative, we want to change the attitudes and positions and perceptions of the society together on this issue. And together we will combat and contribute, you know, together to get rid of sexual violence in conflict. And again, it is very meaningful that we have this conference on this International Day Against Violence Against Women, which will be continued until December 10th, officially around the world, 16 days of activism against violence against women. So thank you very much for your participation in this conference. Let's stay together and fight together. Thank you very much for all the panelists, and to you, Kin. Thank you.
Thank you once again, our moderator, as well as our panel speakers. Please give them another big round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. And with this, we close session 1. We will take a short break of about 10 minutes, and we will resume with session 2. So, ladies and gentlemen, please revisit us after 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that we are almost ready to begin our second session. We kindly ask you to please take your seats. We will begin just as soon as everyone is seated. Yes, I believe that now we are ready. We can start with session 2. Session 2 is titled Women's Essential Roles and Challenges in Peace Efforts. And this time around, we'll also be having our moderator, Mr. David Maislish, the representative of the ICRC's Seoul mission. So with that, I turn the floor over to Mr. Maislish, our moderator for the session.
Thank you very much. You can all hear me. Firstly, I'd like to give my sincere and warm thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and to our friends and colleagues here in the Republic of Korea for inviting us to moderate this panel. It's an extraordinary honor to sit on this stage with this esteemed group of extraordinary women who bring so much experience and leadership to this conversation. And I would like to compliment our organizers for the thoughtful programming that has linked the first panel discussion to the second panel discussion. We've identified in the immediate preceding session some difficulties, some key important features of how we struggle to bring victims and survivors' voices to the center. And following that discussion, we will focus for the next hour and a half on perhaps some more organizational concepts. And we will, if I dare to challenge some of the assertions that were made in the previous discussion, actually look at some success and not only identify challenges, but really hear the stories of leadership of the women on the panel as they've overcome obstacles, as they've effected change, as they've brought meaningful, effective measures to women's leadership, ownership, and roles in the struggle to end the terrible affliction of sexual violence in conflict and in challenges in peace efforts. And here I want to just bring a special attention to the thoughtfulness of the organizers without even mentioning the technical language of the triple nexus to bridge the gap between conflict and peace. And also, I would add into the development policies of those organizations, those states, civil society, humanitarian agencies, independent work of people who are fighting for this in this struggle. With that, I want to also say that I will be less interventionist. I will listen. I've asked the panelists over lunch, and Doctor, I'm sorry that you couldn't join us for lunch, but we do have a virtual participant. I've asked this to be more in the shape of a friendly conversation between friends over lunch and then continuing onward into the afternoon. So I will only moderate, I think, when we are running into time trouble or if I have a burning question that I would like to have one of our esteemed panelists answer. With that, I'd like to I'll stop speaking and I'll introduce the panel. We will first hear from the Special Rapporteur on the Promotion of Truth, Justice, Reparation, and Guarantees of Non-Recurrence at UNHRC, Mr. Fabian Salvioli. We will follow that by Madam Ambassador Cho Young-suk, Ambassador for Gender Equality at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Korea. We will then hear from Madam Irene Santiago, who will bring her great experience to bear on the conversation and who is currently the peace advisor for the mayor of the city of Davao. We will then listen to Ms. Esther Dingemans, I'm so sorry I mangled your name, and the executive director for the Global Survivors Fund, and follow that by Ms. Savitri Wijaskera, executive director for Women in Need, and finally, last but not least, Dr. Mateen Ahmad Shaheen, the representative of UNFPA Sudan, who's joining us virtually. Thank you very much, and with that, we shall listen to the prepared messages of the Special Rapporteur on the Promotion of Truth, Justice, Reparation, and Guarantees of Non-Recurrence. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is for me a great honor to participate in this third international conference on action with women and peace. I would like, first of all, to thank the organizers, in particular Mr. Yong Chung, His Excellency, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, and also to congratulate the Action with Women and Peace initiative launched under the leadership of the former Foreign Minister Kang Kyung-hwa in June 2018. My name is Fabian Salvioli, and I am the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the promotion of truth, justice, reparations, and guarantees of non-recurrences. Each transitional justice process must respect the 5 pillars of the mandate. That means truth, justice, reparations, guarantees of non-recurrences, and memorialization processes. There are also 2 cross-cutting issues: victim-centered approach and gender perspective for my mandate. Transitional justice now is in the framework of the human rights. So we have 3 legal bases: the international human rights law, the international humanitarian law, and the international criminal law. There is not possible to establish status of limitations or amnesty laws or other forms of impunity for the most serious crimes, as I highlighted in my last report presented in 2021 to the Human Rights Council. So these 3 legal bases disclose obligations, duties coming from these international instruments. It is not a choice. I wanted to dedicate the report presented last year to the General Assembly to highlight in detail the multiple aspects of the adoption of a gender perspective in the conceptualization, design, and application of national strategies and mechanisms of transitional justice to provide an adequate and comprehensive response to women and lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people who are victims of serious violations of human rights or humanitarian law, and guarantee their effective participation in those processes. The report was product of a study that included extensive consultation with states, civil society, victims, experts, and interested parties. The reports note how the First Truth Commission ignored gross violations based on gender, sexual orientation, and gender identity. Even if significant progress was made in this field over time, there is still today a general lack of focus on sexual orientation and gender identity in the operation of many truth commissions. It is vital to overcome the neutrality of the Commission's mandates, requiring them to comprehensively examine the causes and consequences of sexual violence and other violence basis of gender, sexual orientation, and gender identity. A combined organization structure must be established which allows cross-cutting and specialization and continuously train staff to ensure awareness and overcoming biases. The typology of the violations used in the methodology must adequately capture the experience of the victims and include gender behaviors and stereotypes, broad definitions that are not limited to physical injuries, a differentiated impact of the violations, a record of the primary and secondary violations and its effects on primary and secondary victims. Like the truth-seeking processes, the first reparation programs did not address the specific forms of victimizations suffered by women and LGBT people, nor did they design appropriate reparations based on their needs, interests, or visions. The explicit incorporation of a gender perspective in reparations programs is aimed at providing reparations for sexual and gender-based violence and identifying reparations decisions that can have a differential impact between the sexes and in relation to persons LGBT. For reparations to be adequate and comprehensive, it is necessary that the categories of violations and victims to be repaired do not reproduce patterns of gender discrimination and include the primary surviving victims and their next of kin without restricting the meaning of the notion of family to a rigid, legalistic, or culturally dominant concept. Likewise, reparation measures must consider gender and its intersectionality, the complexity of the damage suffered and its consequences on the daily lives of women and LGBT people, the potential stigmatizing effects of crimes and reparations, and especially the potential transformative effect of certain measures on the structure of gender exclusion. Said programs must be creative and flexible to overcome socio-cultural and administrative barriers, not require evidence that exclude or re-victimize victims, and address both the individual and collective dimension of reparations in order to satisfy the principle of comprehensive reparation. The adoption of reparation measures that take into account gender and its intersectionality, that is, ethnic, cultural, and social origin, can generate a real narrowing of the existing gender gaps, attack the pre-existing structural inequity that generated the violence, and allow the victims to advance in their position in front of their community, their family, and themselves. Although the valuable experience of international criminal tribunals contributed to making sexual and gender-based violence visible and allowed raising the standard for prosecution in national courts, impunity for sexual and gender-based crimes continues to prevail, and there are barriers in access to justice for women and LGBT people. It is necessary to promote the development of capacities of justice operators to overcome negligent and prejudiced attitude, adopt special protocols for the investigation and criminal prosecution of sexual and gender-based crimes so they are punished according to their seriousness, establish a special interinstitutional model for criminal investigations and prosecutions, and adopt a gender approach in victim and witness protection programs that assesses the specific risk situations faced by victims of sexual and gender-based violence. Regarding guarantees of non-repetition, the states must modify the discriminatory legal provisions against women and LGBT people, improve gender representation, develop training programs on gender perspective for its agents, and establish specialized units on sexual and gender violence in the justice, security and armed forces sectors to be reformed. Review educational manuals and programs to distance oneself from despotic, violent, and reproductive cultural structures of patriarchal and macho domination. As I pointed out in the report presented in 2020 to the Human Rights Council, memorialization is the fifth pillar of transitional justice processes. States must ensure that memory processes fully incorporate the gender perspective and adopt critical analysis of hegemonic patriarchal cultures. I would like to highlight the need to ensure the effective participation of women, girls, and of boys, and of course LGBT communities, and victims of sexual and gender-based violence in the design, formulation, and implementation of transitional justice programs. In my last visit to Korea 2 years ago, I met some victims of the Comfort Women system. I would like to express my deep solidarity with them, and I fully agree in their needs to justice and reparations. Without an adequate gender perspective and approach, transitional justice processes will not be able to comply with contemporary standards of respect and guarantee of human rights without discrimination. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have seen the great complexity of issues, the nexus of different forces and subjects that need to be addressed if we are to be comprehensive in our understanding of the challenges ahead of us. And I believe that we have the perfect panel to integrate these different forces and subjects into clear and helpful guidance on bringing women's voices in leadership and positions of authority within the efforts to address the problems before us. And with that, I would like to ask Madam Ambassador to give her remarks. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. As an ambassador for gender equality and a member of Action with Women and Peace initiative, I'd like to raise tasks and seek solutions so that women can fully and meaningfully participate in the process of peace building and recovery process. So for the limited time shortage, I will read my prepared paper. So as we all know, women's participation is the key to achieving sustainable peace and development. There is evidence that women's participation in peace negotiation not only contribute to the quality and durability of peace agreement, but also higher implementation, political and security reform. We all know this theoretically, but what is hindering us from turning our promises into actual results? The biggest problem is that the international community still lacks investment and concrete efforts in meaningful participation of women at all levels of decision-making, from prevention and protection to relief and recovery. In fact, 20 years have passed since the UN Security Council adopted the groundbreaking Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security, which clearly agreed on women's participation, but women are still invisible and alienated from formal peace processes and negotiations. According to the UN, between 1992 and 2018, women are only 13% of negotiators, 3% of mediators, and only 4% of signatories in major peace processes. Even when women play an important role in shaping and maintaining peace, we do not hear enough about their contributions. Too often, media narrative portray women as vulnerable victims and do not acknowledge their crucial work for peace building. Therefore, before it is too late, a specific action plan should be presented so that women can fully and meaningfully participate in all levels of decision-making to prevent, manage, and resolve conflict, including justice and security reform processes. To do so, I think we need to find a solution to the following three questions. The first is how to build a mechanism for women to play a key role in the design and implementation of during and post-conflict resolution and peace-building activities. The second is how to support women's organizations to participate and demonstrate leadership throughout the peace processes, including during and post-war conflict negotiations. In other words, appropriate continuous financial and technical support measures should be guaranteed. The third is how to present an international and national monitoring system to protect women's rights in post-conflict situations and to ensure women's participation and leading role in the processes. Fortunately, the Korean government is striving to lead the role of the international community, especially in Asia, to present a specific action plan. I actually look forward to hearing valuable experiences and best practices from experts who attended these sessions, especially the Irene and the other colleagues. So you have a full experience in your own country and in the other nation countries. So I really hope to listen from your experiences. I'll pass the microphone to you.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here again in Korea. You know, when I arrived at the airport, they always give you that little piece of paper where they say profession. And I always have a difficult time because I cannot say I'm a sociologist or I'm a doctor or I'm a teacher. So I just write anything I like for that day. What I want people to know, and that's what I've been doing, I think, for the past almost 50 years of my life, I'm an organizer of movements and mayhem. So when the moderator said, you're going to come second, I said, okay, I will obey. I very, very rarely obey, but today I will. Okay. So I was told that Koreans love 3. I don't know why, but you love the number 3. So in the 3 minutes given to me, I will list 3 strategic actions, 3 barriers that must be addressed, and 3 powers that will enable us to address these issues significantly. Okay. So in our work on women, peace, and security, there are 3 strategic spaces for action. At the table, on the table, and turning the tables. At the table is about effective participation at the places where significant decisions are made about our lives and our livelihoods. And almost everybody in this who spoke today spoke about participation. So at the table, but it has to be effective participation. The next is on the table, which means our perspectives, our agenda, our priorities are on the table. But more than all of this, more than participation and getting our issues on the table, the imperative is to turn the tables, pushing towards a powerful paradigm shift away from exclusion, marginalization, inequality, and violence to inclusive and peaceful ways of dealing with our differences, our needs, and our interests. Turning the tables. This is what the Beijing Platform for Action was saying. Systemic change is needed to transform the gendered power relations embedded in existing systems, rather than simply adding women into a broken system that perpetuates the status quo. Now, for the 3 barriers. There are 3 barriers to social change: conceptual, technical, and political. Concepts are the scripts usually written by people who came before us, but usually scripts were written by the more powerful. All right? So concepts are scripts, mindsets, or frames that are truly powerful in excluding women or women's ideas and concerns. The powerful script used in excluding women in peace negotiations, for example, is this. The peace negotiation table is for men only. Why? Because they are the war actors. So they get to sit at the table because they went to war. And the women did not. Okay? But that is the script. That is the concept of a peace negotiation, of peace negotiations. So what if we change that? We say a peace negotiation is about ending war and building peace. Do women have a chance? Sure, they have a chance. They will be included already because it is about building peace. So it's simple as that. So let us examine all our concepts that leave women out. And maybe we have not really become aware of how they are so powerful in leaving us out. I give us an example in the Philippines. The reason women started to be appointed to peace negotiating panels is that President Ramos changed the membership, not just the military, but civilian. So just the fact that he moved it, he just changed it from military composition to civilian, it meant that women had a chance because there are very few women in the military, okay? So the second barrier is the technical barrier. That's the easy part. The technical is easy. And that's the reason why we have so many capacity building seminars. I call it capacity building galore. You know, all the seminars, all the training, because it's the easy one. You know, and we think that we get more trained, things are going to go away. It's not, because there are those three barriers, right? Conceptual, technical, and political. But, so what are the technical skills and knowledge that we need to have if we want to be in negotiations? So I tell you the story. When I was new, I was a member of the negotiating panel of the government, negotiating with the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. Okay, so when I was there, I soon realized that I was being not marginalized, I was being ignored. Why was I being ignored? Because I was seen as a gender expert, and gender did not matter. So I said, okay, how am I going to make them take notice of, you know, that I have something between my ears and that I know something, you know, that is valuable to them. So I studied what was on the table. What was on the table was the ceasefire. So I studied, I became an expert on ceasefires, all right? So I became an expert on ceasefire, so they had to come to me for my analysis, for my advice, right? And then I became very, very valuable. So this is what I'm saying to women who want to be in negotiating panels. You be there because you are value added. You're not just sitting there like a vase, like flower vase, you know? You are value added. And that's what's on the table. Study that, become an expert on that, okay? So that's the key word, value added. So women will have to become experts on the topics on the table in all its dimensions, including gender, but not only gender. Okay? Right, so the third one, the political barrier. Yes, power and influence in the Mindanao negotiations, where there were many women playing various roles, not only in the negotiating panel, but also in technical working groups, as well as in advocacy groups. The most effective women were those who came from movements. The human rights movement, anti-dictatorship movement, indigenous peoples movement, the labor movement, and of course, the women's movement. Why were they so effective? Because they understood and had the skills to navigate the power dynamics inherent in peace processes. So if you're being naive and think there are no power dynamics, you're really being naive. Huh? It's all about power. So, but if you've been working in movement building and organizing, you know about power dynamics. So they had influence within the negotiations, not only because of their substantive knowledge, but also of their connections to constituencies that mattered. So they had a voice there because they had people beside them. Okay? So we must therefore support, and this I can tell in this survivor-centered approach to sexual violence and conflict. This is something that we really need to think about. We must support the creation and strengthening of women's movements. In a landmark study published in the American Political Science Review in 2012, Thun and Weldon looked at 70 countries over 40 years and found that the mobilization of strong, independent feminist movements was a more important force in reducing violence against women than the economic wealth of a nation, the representation of women in government, or the presence of progressive political parties. So an independent feminist movement was more important in reducing violence against women than all the others. More women in government, more progressive political parties, more wealthy nation. Okay? So I cannot stress that enough, that we need movements. So what I'm saying here now is we can see that all the three barriers, conceptual, technical, and political, are interlinked and must be addressed simultaneously. And lastly, what powers do we possess that we can harness to address these issues? Again, there are three. The power of our concepts, the power of our capacities, and the power of our politics. Again, conceptual, technical, and political. First, the power of our concepts. Gender equality works. And I'm sure you have many more concepts. Another thing, because I emphasize the whole idea of concept because if you can't name it, you can't have it. Is that true? If you can't even name something, how can you have it? So the conceptual is very, very important. And one of the things I heard today, and I think we'll hear again and again, is about empowerment. And one of the things I've found in all my organizing work for the past 40 plus years is that no one empowers anyone else. You cannot say, let us empower the women. What are you doing? You're going to empower them? No. The decision to empower oneself is made by the woman alone. You can't do that for them, or else it's not empowerment. So no one empowers anyone else. So if you're an organizer, remember that. You start where the women are, but you don't end there. That is the basic principle of organizing. You start where they are. That's why you listen, but you don't end there. Okay. Now the second, the power of our capacities. Peace building, this is my definition, is about increasing connectors and decreasing dividers so that equitable development can occur. Women's capacities for connecting and including need to be the measure of our work. Add to that the capacity to empathize and consider another as not an other. These are the capacities women have that are needed in peace building. And lastly, the power of our politics. Let us redefine power. The COVID crisis has spectacularly shown how female leaders lead. In fact, it has been a lesson in public leadership and followership. Jacinda Ardern of New Zealand, Angela Merkel of Germany, and Tsai Ing-wen of Taiwan have redefined power to mean this. Power is the potency to act for what is good. 3 words, 3 operative words. Potency, act, good. Capacity, action, value. If you have only the capacity and you act, but you act for what is evil, you are not powerful. So let's stop calling evil people powerful. Because only then, when we change our concept of what power is, can we make it transformative. So power is the potency to act for what is good, okay? And that makes it transformative. So
thank you very much. I know that we have
yes,
a whole panel, and we've
line.
got a 3-minute mark. If you're going to finish up, please.
The power of our concepts, the power of our capacities, and the power of our politics will change the course of human history. Therefore, no more waiting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Esther, I'll pass the floor to you.
You, David. And thank you, Ms. Santiago, for these powerful words. And I think we'll come back to them in the discussion afterwards. I want to start also by thanking the government of Korea for inviting me here and for organizing this conference for a 3rd year in a row. It's extremely important. With COVID, of course, it was even more difficult. But survivors of sexual violence being really disproportionately affected, even more important to show that determination to keep this topic on the agenda. I would like to share a few thoughts on survivor-centered transitional justice and in particular on the topic of reparations. I want to start by sharing an experience that a few years ago, and it's all related to movements and the power of movements. Survivors of conflict-related sexual violence from all over the world, or 14 countries at the time, united to come together in The Hague to jointly define a global advocacy agenda. This is a network called SEMA, which means Speak Out in Swahili. And at the moment, it unites survivors from more than 20 countries, also many from Asia. And during this gathering, and Vasvia, who we heard this morning, is also a member of that movement. During that gathering, the survivors agreed that reparations was their #1 priority for advocacy. None of the survivors there had actually received reparations, but they all felt this is what we need to focus on. And why is potentially reparations, when they're comprehensive, when they're truly survivor-centered, they can enable a survivor or help a survivor rebuild their life with dignity, and especially without stigma, and we hear that coming back as well. Reparations and ending stigma are really very closely linked. And of course, also reparations can give a sense of justice, and again, we heard from Vasvia how important that is, also because the far majority of survivors never has access to criminal justice procedures, unfortunately. After that conference, together with the founders of the Global Survivors Fund, Dr. Dennis Mukwege and Ms. Nadia Mourad, we really traveled the world with survivors of this movement to lobby for reparations, or at least getting reparations on the agenda. And eventually that led to the establishment of the Global Survivors Fund, which is an initiative purely dedicated to reparations of victims of sexual violence. And of course, we're very grateful to the government of Korea for their support and being involved in this initiative. reparations and participation, survivor participation, without meaningful participation of survivors in the design and in the implementation of reparation programs, they can't be reparative, and at worst can be harmful. So it is really, really important that survivors are involved. At the Global Survivors Fund, we work with local organizations around the world where we develop the projects with survivors really from the start. We call it interim reparative measures. So they're not official reparations because they're not government-led. But at the same time, we work really hard with survivors and civil society and at an international level to persuade and to lobby and to push governments to take their responsibility for true reparations. So what is needed? 3 points, I think. What is needed for survivors to truly and meaningfully participate in reparation programs? The first thing I think is around, and I think Heather mentioned it this morning, moving away from this idea of consultation. Consultation is really not active enough. So what we try to talk about more is co-creation, really just simply working together. It's so important. It was said this morning, survivors bring all the experience, the knowledge, the skills to the table, and they're willing, they're ready and capable of participating. So what that means, I think, is that survivors need to be represented in the committees that design the programs, in the bodies that oversee reparation programs. They need to have a role in implementing the different reparative measures, monitoring them. We see really good practice around the world where survivors themselves are also involved in, for example, identification of other victims because of their close linked. And with that, Ms. Santiago, I think you're right, survivors are connectors, not dividers. And what you need for meaningful reparation is really the connections between all the different stakeholders. Is it possible? We sometimes hear, well, actually, survivors are not a homogeneous group, and there might be divisions between them, whereas I would again like to indeed focus on the connections. But I think that, in your words, Ms. Santiago, is a conceptual barrier that we need to move away from. What else is needed? Second point, and the urgent interim reparative measures for survivors to be really participating on this issue of reparations. They cannot be in the state where, unfortunately, they often are right now, and that is extremely marginalized, ostracized, struggling to survive. So livelihoods, financial support, immediate medical care, psychological care, these are things that of course are conditional to meaningful participation. And then the third, and that's also where I'd like to end, is the need to enable these processes and create spaces where survivors can participate in a safe and meaningful way. Where they can empower themselves. And I fully agree also that it is not empowering survivors to hear their voice. No, survivors speak and take action when they want to and when they can and when it is safe for them to do so. Just this week I was in Kinshasa in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where there's a conference or a gathering of survivors of 12 African countries coming together, all survivors of sexual violence in conflict, women and also men. And they are drafting a declaration on the importance of reparations. How do they see reparations, and especially emphasizing on their right to participate. And I think that is such an example of a forum where this meaningful dialogue can take place in a safe way. The other thing is coming back to movements. Survivor networks have so much potential, and I think we need to see that potential, we need to build on it, we need to find and support survivor networks all around the world. And there's a lot of inspiration, of course, here from the situation in the Republic of Korea. So with that, just to say, I personally think survivors can really play a crucial role in transitional justice broadly, and particular in reparation programs. And I think they indeed have that value added. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Wijesekera, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good afternoon, distinguished invitees, friends from Korea and friends. Firstly, thank you, the government of Korea, Republic of Korea, for inviting me to participate in this very important conference. I'm going to talk to you with my experience working at Women in Need in Sri Lanka for 30 years. So survivor-centered approaches is what I'm going to focus on, because this is very important when we are talking about sexual violence. So survivor-centered approaches are essential in peace efforts, but practically we face many, many challenges. So you would firstly need multidisciplinary, coordinated, systematic, sustained processes for survivor victims of sexual and gender-based violence. Key to this is looking at prevention, protection, and responses. These are the practical approaches that we need when we look at survivors and victims of sexual and gender-based violence. So what does this involve? Practically, it involves a collaborative effort from multidisciplinary teams, institutions and personnel from all relevant sectors to implement laws, that is the police and law enforcement, policies by government and states, communication and collaboration, and service delivery. So when we are looking at service delivery for these survivors and victims, we need to look at their mental health and the needs, wishes, choices of these victims and survivors. We need to look at rights. Rights of these women and girls are very important, especially justice and law enforcement. Can they go to the police station? Can they go to courts? Is it affordable? Will they be treated as a victim-friendly police station? So we need to look at all these when we are providing support services. Then safety and security, safe houses, shelters, victim protection. These are all very important when we are giving services. So the women who have to integrate back into society need all these services. And these services should always be available, accessible, adaptable, appropriate, confidential, safe, and we should be able to have a referral coordinating system where if they need other services, we need to look at that. And at Women in Need, we try to look at all these services when we provide them, because all these are essential when you are in that frame of mind. In recent years, the options available for sexual and gender-based victims, survivors, have been expanded, but we need to improve it. And how? By raising the voices of women, talking about it. Increasing community support at ground level, at community level, we need to increase and strengthen their support. Facilitate economic empowerment. Look at culture, look at attitudes, look at myths, look at beliefs. Hidden behind this culture are lots of myths, which are always discriminatory. Coming from Asian country, always the beliefs and myths are discriminatory to women. For example, I like to tell you when in Sri Lanka, when the Domestic Violence Act was being discussed in Parliament at a committee stage before it became law, there was one male who got up and said, you know, the women are supposed to traditionally, 3 people we can spank and hit. That's the drum, the dog, and the woman. So that was their belief at that time. So these are traditional thoughts that are coming out when we bring in new laws and amendments. increase collaboration between stakeholders involved in these key processes. When looking at areas of justice, which is the second most important thing, accessing justice, we look at legal rights and legal frameworks. The police and the justice sector responses have been disappointing in our country, not functioning at a level that is required for the severity and nature of the extent of SGBV. Studies show that majority of the perpetrators face no legal consequences. Only a small number is reported to the police, and even a smaller number is being charged. The perpetrator is being charged. The failure by civil and family courts to take into account the history and violence when deciding child custody and access in another reason, women refrain from accessing justice. They are skeptical because they don't think justice will be given to them. Because of the culture, they don't want the children to be suffering and going with the perpetrator because he might be economically more powerful. So they refrain from accessing justice, and they sometimes mostly continue to live in this abusive relationship. So what do we do to promote access to justice? Ensure justice and policing services for every victim survivor, regardless of status, ethnicity, religion, or sexual orientation. Ensure police services are available 24 hours a day. User-friendly, victim-friendly police stations that are safe and sensitive. Confidentiality to be ensured. Ensure justice sector providers are not judgmental, empathetic, and supportive. The process should not make the victim survivor get secondary victimization, and privacy should be maintained. When we talk about survivor-centered approaches, it is imperative whether it's conflict or post-conflict. Sri Lanka is a post-conflict country, but the survivors during the conflict and after the conflict remain the same. So the services, support services for these victim survivors are very, very important, because if they don't have the confidence, if they don't have the support, and if they don't have the services available, then where do we go? What do we do? So in any discussion when talking on women and peace and the way forward, we have to think of the survivor-centered approaches. Where are the services of mental health, of access to justice, of safety, of confidentiality, and the state policies of the governments and advocacy to make the governments work and their political will to change to support these victim survivors. And countries like Sri Lanka, mostly all this work is done by the non-governmental organizations that provide these essential services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Shaheen, thank you for joining us online, and thank you for staying with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you, David. I hope everyone can hear me very clearly. And let me start by saying thank you to Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Korea, for organizing this conference, which is really very important, and inviting me to share some experience and work of UNFPA with all of you. UNFPA is one of the key contributors towards women, peace, and security all over, and has significantly contributed to the field of women, peace, and security in Sudan. There is no doubt that women have a key role in peace and development, and there are many challenges faced, such as lack of participation, lack of empowerment, violence, and especially gender-based violence, and that is one of the focus area of UNFPA work in Sudan. UNFPA Sudan is leading the gender-based violence subsector and is implementing various interventions to ensure that women and girls are safe from violence economically empowered, have access to necessary reproductive health services, and are equipped to participate in nation building and peace building efforts. For us, with the experience of working with the women, I think we feel that formulation of women group and giving them the lead in is one of the success stories, and we have contributed to formulation of various women groups all over Sudan, especially in rural areas, and these women were empowered through a process to take lead in the decision making and participate in different processes happening in the community. And also the other factor is providing women the opportunity to express themselves, which we are doing through establishment of women safe spaces, which are the spaces where women affected by the conflict can come, express themselves, learn how to lead a better life, avail services, and successfully interact with each other. Our programs are built on the premises that women and girls should be made key stakeholders at all decision-making levels, and we consider it as one of the success stories. This is essential for advancing human rights and women rights, especially in Sudan. We work towards strengthening the capacities of local women and youth group and government authorities to enhance basic services, ensure a survivor-centered approach, and address inequality. In this way, UNFPA offer a unique platform for action that can amplify the voices of the people of Sudan, including those who are marginalized at scale and at multiple levels into peace building processes, especially women. The support from Republic of Korea to the women and girls in West Darfur, one of the conflict-affected areas of Sudan, after the 2020 tribal conflict, was critical to ensure the safe and timely access to life-saving GBV services and increase the coordination between UN agencies and other actors involved in the process. The project fostered resilience and strengthened the capacity of GBV subsector to cope with the recurrent conflict in the state. Looking forward, UNFPA aims to work with women-led organizations in Sudan and build their capacity to address gender-based violence prevention and response services. Moreover, UNFPA is launching a transformative program engaging youth, men, and young boys in leadership positions in promoting non-violent, non-gender, equitable notion of manhood. The program promotes positive masculinity and address gender norms and as a conflict factor. And we believe that addressing these norms will help us empower the women and change the situation in the world. As a UNFPA representative in Sudan, I am very thankful to the government of Republic of Korea for supporting UNFPA efforts to empower women of Sudan and contribute to peace and development, and we hope this will continue in future as well. I think I will stop here because I have used my 3 minutes, and thank you very much once again for giving me a chance to speak. Over to you, David.
Thank you very much. What an enriching discussion. There's just simply too much to process all at once and try to be comprehensive. I will not attempt a summary of all of the many rich concepts and experiences that have been shared. I would like to open the floor to questions here. We have received some online questions as well, but I'm going to take the liberty of the chair here to summarize some of them and to put them together because we have gone a little bit longer than expected in the presentations and have only about 25 minutes for questions. So I would like to begin referring back to Madam Ambassador, the three concepts that you asked, the three questions that you brought to bear, and ask a question from online here about mentioning investment in women's meaningful participation and how it is lacking today, and asking you to elaborate on what kind of investments can facilitate women's leadership in peace processes. And then I think we'll move to the existing questions here in the room and focus perhaps on some of the practical actions that are taken directly at field level, working to ensure women's leadership and ownership over the process of peace and recovery. Thank you, Madam Ambassador.
Okay, thank you for the questions. What kind of investment do we need, urgently need? So basically, the financial support for the Irene, you mentioned about the feminist movement is more than powerful for the participation of the meaningful participation of peace process. So I would fully agree of what Irene mentioned. So that point. So to enhance the women's real participation, the full participation, then we need to make women who has a agenda and who on the table, who put the agenda at the table. So those women we need. So those women there are variety of women's organizations who raise the human rights issues and peace issues. So amongst themselves, if we build their capacity and fully support their capacity building, then we can have the enough capacity for the peace building process and women's participation. So that is the first answer to what I can provide.
Thank you very much. I'd like to then move to a second question, which was about, I'm going to paraphrase a lengthy question here about the growing backlash and anti-feminist action, especially online, and perhaps pose this question to Savitri, given the experience and the history that you described of attitudes changing. So to paraphrase the question here, is what do you think can be done about both the backlash and the remaining misogyny or anti-women's views that are informing efforts to put women at the center of peace processes or of reparations or recovery from the atrocity?
I need a whole night to speak about how we deal with the anti-feminism issues. So, yes, in these days in Korea, the gender conflict, we've been discussing at the lunch table about generation conflict and gender conflict in Korea as well as any other countries as well. So I think as Irene, you also mentioned about the concept and the framework. So what we understand, how we understand about the gender equality, is it only for women and it's a kind of a zero-sum game? If women gain and men lose? So that's not the concept or we actually raise. So the winning approaches for both men and women and both different generation, intergeneration, we all have gains and benefit from the gender equality. So that basic understanding hasn't been fully actually acknowledged amongst the people and citizens. So I think so it's always saying the education. The correct understanding and the correct education is important. So before too late, I think it's the conflict is getting escalated so severely at this stage. So I think we better to rebuild the gender training programs and the gender policies. And also the role of media is important also. Yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to pose the same question to Savitri based on your experience.
Thank you, David. So the social media is the new weapon that everybody uses for the good and the bad. The younger generation, the G generation or whatever, I'm a little outdated with this, but they only look at social media. And so the social media influences lots of people, especially the younger generation, about attitudes. So with my generation, with the older people, had conservative, patriarchal, male supremacy attitudes, and then there's a gap, and then there's a younger generation which has been influenced by social media, again about attitudes. Sometimes it might not be conservative, sometimes it might not be old-fashioned, but it is discriminatory. Half the time, the ideas they promote, the violence they promote in we'll say a musical video, the attitudes of them depicting women in an advertisement. These are areas that are new ways of using violence. This is a new way of inflicting violence and attitudes. So these are dangerous trends that we might see repercussions in the future. So there are small little mechanisms we can use. I'll give you a small example, if I may. Women in Need is doing a thing called Safe City. So now in this Safe City, it's zero tolerance of violence. It's a little part of a city which we take into account all stakeholders like transport, taxi, bus, the ground community workers, the government community workers, all these people, and teach them, train them about violence against sexual and gender-based violence, and saying this area will not tolerate any violence. So we also formulate a youth group, a forum theatre youth group with men, girls and boys who will go to the community because it's a little area, and they will take that message of sexual and gender-based violence, target the attitudes, target the views that are prevalent in those ethnicities and communities. So if we do this constantly, we take health workers like midwives and people, all these people are at ground level, teachers, young people, make it exciting with having like a little sing-song cultural activity and like a bonfire, that's what we do, and give them little bits of germs into, so that they are little brainwashed to think differently. We started doing it, and we are doing it in some areas. Then it was COVID and we couldn't meet. But I think especially using youth groups, girls and boys, to take the message. And the forum theatre, I'm sure you know, so you sort of sing a bit of a song or a poem, and then they ask questions from that group. Whoever is standing around to see what the attitudes, then they change it around. So it's a very interactive session. It's about half an hour, 20 minutes to half an hour. So these are little mechanisms you can do to change attitudes. So attitudinal change can make a difference if you do this at little points where you can go around the country. That's just a tool. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe we can relate this discussion to some of the issues that were raised at the very beginning with the Special Rapporteur's comments on social constructions of gender. And Dr. Shaheen, perhaps I'll pose the question to you, the same set of questions about backlash to women in positions of power or misogyny when working on questions of toxic masculinity. I'm hoping that you can bring perhaps some practical examples or some ray of hope to us that this is not, as Madam Ambassador has said, a zero-sum game, or not, as Ms. Santiago has said, an either-or kind of question.
Thank you, David. I think you have brought in a very, very important question, when we work around gender-based violence and women empowerment, we are missing the key link of looking at the masculinity and how can we address the other half of the population who needs to be addressed and who needs to be involved into all the processes. And that is why when I referred in UNFPA and especially in Sudan, we are working with the young youth, especially the males of the community, to tell them what are the acceptable norms and how they are supposed to behave and interact with women. I think to date, this is the missing component. All the focus for women empowerment remains on that we need to do this, this, and this for women. We need to have their participation. But we believe with the equal participation of men and especially the boys who are going to be the future of the work, we can make a difference. And once we involve them and we guide them how to be, how to behave, that will really make a difference. And let me also give you an example. When we train, most of the burden, and this is a gender related norm, especially in countries like Sudan, is on the girls to behave. No one is focusing on the boys that they need to behave also. So I think this is one of the way forwards which we are trying to do in Sudan, and we can replicate as and when the success comes. I will stop here. Thank you and over.
Thank you very much. And this brings us directly to a question I had for Ms. Santiago. Taking up what you had said, I think it's an extremely powerful message that no one empowers someone else. And I'm going to link this conversation to another question from online about, I'll just read it directly. For practical examples, women's participation is also important in the process of building peace, but I think women's participation should be secured by themselves, not by a given authority. What do you think about this?
Well, what do you think I think?
Of course.
Yeah, as I said, no one empowers anyone else. It's a choice that the person himself or herself chooses. But I'd like to go to what you said, because I was in another webinar recently, and I was asked, what is it a young Irene Santiago would have done? You know, I've been in this thing for almost 50 years. As I said, what would you have done? And I think it's like the same thing that when we do our approaches towards poverty reduction or elimination, for example, we keep saying, do not leave anyone behind. So we keep looking at the poor, you know, but we forgot to look at the rich, you know. What about telling them, do not go too far ahead? You know, so I said, okay, so this is the same thing with gender. You're looking, okay, women's empowerment, but what about the masculinities? You know, we're looking at the femininities, but not really a lot about masculinities. So I think a more holistic analytical framework is necessary. And so, to me, the work goes on in defining what is masculine, feminine, or maybe we don't even need an or. I was just talking to them, and I said, you know, one of the most devastating words in the world is or. Just 2 letters, or. Me or you, they or us. The Jews or the whoever, you know, whoever is, or. So we do not train, we do not bring about change because we cannot think of end. For example, we had a big discussion about, should we call them victims or should we call them survivors? I said, why are you using or again? It can be an end. They're both victim and survivor. So I think the challenge to us now is to think differently, is to think in terms of end, because that's what peace is about.
Thank you so much. It's really illuminating, and it's quite an exciting thought to get out of this pattern and history of making divisions and using the or logic. With that, I think I'd like to ask a question to Esther, which is I'm going to put together a few of the questions from online, but also relate that to what's been discussed here on the panel. About putting women at the center, you mentioned the structural inequalities that exist when doing so as one of the primary concerns, and moving from consultation to co-creation. However, you also mentioned the urgent need to have protective measures in place because of the lack of physical power or the threat for those who you're working with. Esther, if you can go into perhaps a bit more detail about practical measures to effect those protections when doing the critical work that you're doing.
Thank you. And I think it's related actually to the question about women's participation and survivors' participation and whether women and survivors of sexual violence can secure that themselves, because I do want to make a point, a little bit of a critical point there, because it's also something that is a little bit risky if we take that too literally, hoping or waiting for survivors themselves to take that space. Because unfortunately, because of these structural inequalities, it's sometimes really hard to claim that space. And Dr. Shireen, I think you will recognize that I worked myself for a few years in Darfur, and it's very hard. And this was a long time ago. This was at the beginning of the conflict. So 2003, 4, 5, and I've never been back, but from what I hear now, from others, is that survivors of sexual violence in Darfur certainly have not been able to claim that space of participation. So we do really need to enable those processes and create that safety. One thing that I think is really important in this is, well, let's also talk about finances. We also just need to want to invest in women's movements, survivors' movements. But another thing is exchanges between countries. I think I've seen that as very valuable. A few years ago, I was here in Korea with a group of survivors of conflict-related sexual violence from different countries. And they spoke to the so-called comfort women here, and they saw some of the initiative, and they were so inspired and really felt themselves, now I can claim that space. I've seen someone else do it. And since then, actually Vasvia, who was here this morning, was one of the women, and I do want to mention something that she didn't mention herself this morning, but Vasvia, in addition to being a survivor, is also really an activist and is since recently a member of parliament, and she was voted with the largest numbers of preferential votes, and that is really for her cause for victims of sexual violence in Kosovo. So these exchanges, they help. There was a woman, just practical example again, a woman from the Congo who was here, and when she went back, she said, we should open a museum, we should try to commemorate what has happened in our history, because no one is talking about that. And with financial support, they eventually created their own survivor movement in Congo, which is extremely powerful. It's now a network of 3,000 survivors, and they really take a lead role in when it comes to everything related to transitional justice. For example, they are the ones who have gone to the government and said, we want reparations, it's a priority for us. And they've been doing lots of initiatives to engage the government in understanding the importance of reparations. So I don't know if that really answers the question, but there were a few practical examples. Maybe can I just give one more example, adding to what Irene was saying about the victim and survivorhood. And I think it's so crucial. You explained it so well with the, it's not either or. Talking to a survivor from Syria some time ago in one of these international gatherings of survivors, the question was discussed as well, and I think it's really all about ownership. Let the people who are concerned decide how they see themselves as a victim, as a survivor, and in most cases I think it will, from my experience, it is both. And this woman said it very symbolically, and she said, like, today when I'm here with my sisters in this room, I really feel like a survivor. But tonight, when I go back to my hotel room and I close the door, then I'm back in that prison cell in the dark, and I'm a victim during the whole night. So I think there's no, it's really both.
Thank you for that, that chilling reminder of the power of the language that we're using. And it immediately reminds me of the work of the great feminist philosopher Gayatri Spivak and her distinction between two forms of representation, that of kind of reproducing the images of something and that of speaking for someone else. And I think it's clear from the positions that have been put forward on this panel that it can't be either or, that there has to be a combination based on our own positions, based on our different professional backgrounds, our where we're from, our experiences, and what the roles we're taking in the work that's being done to put women at the center. I'd like to once again ask people here in the audience, in person, in as they say, meet space, if there's any questions from the audience. Please, we have a few more minutes. Yes, over at the far end here, if we can bring a microphone.
Hello, my name is Stephanie, and I am a student from Colombia. And as you may know, we had a very long internal conflict for very long years, and not too long ago we signed finally the peace agreement. Inside this peace agreement, the Article 5, its base is focused on survivors and the victims and how to repair the victims. Focus on gender. But if you actually read the article and if you talk to the victims, it is not actually focused on gender. It is very, very general. So I wanted to ask, maybe specifically to Ms. Esther, sorry, the last name is hard to pronounce. In this transitional justice field, which is the one that is based our peace agreement, how can we include the experience of these survivors in a democratic transition?
I think this is perhaps related to the enabling factors mentioned earlier, conceptual, technical and political, and I think there is a lot to say. Well, I think the politics are very important in this. When articles are being drafted, the government needs to want to listen to what survivors really want and actually draft those articles with them and together with women's organizations. Right now in DRC, the government has, in Congo, the government has announced to set up a national reparations fund for victims of conflict-related sexual violence and other grave crimes. And it's a crucial stage, and we're actually really looking at the situation of Colombia to learn the good and the challenges as well, to see how can survivors really participate to make sure that these articles in the decrees and in the laws do reflect their realities. So I think there's will needed, and pushing for that will is very important.
Thank you very much. Yes, Santiago.
You know, I was chair of the panel that was implementing the Bangsamoro Peace Agreement. So, and I have to tell you that negotiations don't stop when you sign a peace agreement. It continues, and that's the reason why we have to continue organizing. The political part is important because that's how you influence decision making. Now, there are two things that need to be changed in order for there to be no relapse into violence or into anything. If you want social change, you change two things. Because you said behavior, I heard somebody say behavior. You change institutions and structures. Okay, what are institutions? Institutions are nothing but rules. Rules, you know? So this is the way we behave. If you behave this way, you violate something. If you're not, you're punished, or you are rewarded. So what are the rules? And the rules have to be applied predictably, consistently, and fairly. So that's what you need to work for. You need institutions, okay? The second one is structures. Now, what is structures? Structure is nothing but a relationship. Okay, so first institution is sets of rules. Two, structures are relationships. That's where politics comes in. What is my relationship to you? Are you powerful and me powerless? What's that? That is the structural change. When you talk about, the reason I think some of us don't know what we're doing, we're here, there, and everywhere, is that it's not clear to us what the definitions are. And the definitions, if institution is a set of rules, I will change the set of rules and make sure that those rules are enforced predictably, consistently, and fairly. Number two, structures are relationships. So are they relationships of power? Who has the power? Is it equal or unequal? So when you change those two things, then you know the source of your violence has been cut. Okay?
Thank you. And I believe I see the sociologist. That's a brilliant description, I think, of the dynamics that cut across all of our different technical understandings. And what I'm gathering as we reach towards the end, we're not exactly there yet, but perhaps we'll summarize now. But what I'm gathering from that cogent and really profound statement about the nature of power and how it cuts across transversely the different efforts that we'll make to put women at the center, to put to integrate women into peace processes, to advance the agendas that have been taking place over so many years, so many UN resolutions, so much progress, so much backsliding, so much advancement and so much backlash, is that the history is not a smooth arc necessarily, but that sisterhood is powerful and sisterhood is universal. And that the listening to women, putting women first, putting women at the center of the agenda, in the agenda-setting roles, turning the tables, as well as being at the table, being on the table, turning the tables. These are all powerful messages that we've taken away from this panel discussion. I feel deeply enriched for having had the opportunity to serve as your moderator. And I want to thank everyone, and once again, heartfelt thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to the Republic of Korea, and to the Korean people for hosting this extraordinary opportunity at this international conference. And with that, I would draw us to a close, I believe with just about 45 seconds left on the clock. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you once again, Mr. Moderator, and of course the panel discussants for such an enriching and insightful and thought-provoking discussion, and also for keeping perfect timing as well. So thank you once again, and we will now help you get back to your seats. Thank you for our audience for joining us in session 2. This brings us to the close of session 2, and after we take a very short break, we will set the stage and move on to the Global Youth Video Competition. So we will see you back in about 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Just begin in a few minutes. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we will soon proceed with the 2021 Global Youth Competition Awards, and you'll be able to see the winning entries. We kindly ask you to please take your seats. Well, thank you for keeping the right time. We will now move on with viewing the final entries for the 2021 Global Youth Video Competition. Prior to the conference, we held this competition catering to the youth all over the world, and we had a topic, action against sexual violence in conflict. And we received hundreds of entries that were documentaries, music videos, and campaigns. And I was told that it was very difficult to make a decision on who will be the winner. So after a difficult screening process, we have come down to the 3 winners that were selected, and we will be able to view what kind of campaigns and what kind of works they submitted. We will be selecting and showcasing the Grand Prize Award, Award of Outstanding Excellence, and Award of Excellence. So first, I would like to introduce the winner of the Award of Excellence. And this is from a team called Jurat, made up of 2 members, one from Kenya and one from South Africa. We will first watch an introductory video of the 2 members explaining their team, and then we'll move on to the winning entry video. And their video is called The Road to Justice, a story of Malika. Please welcome them on screen.
Distinguished dignitaries and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are greatly honored and humbled to be participants of the 3rd International Conference on Action with Women and Peace and the 2021 Youth Global Video Competition. We are Team Jurat, comprising of Ms. Esther Barbara Karanja, a Kenyan law student currently undertaking her Masters at the University of Cape Town, and myself, Alistair Bart, South African freelance photographer and videographer.
Sexual and gender-based violence is the most personal violation of the right to dignity. Unfortunately, consequences of this atrocious violation deeply affects SGBV survivors. As a team, we wanted to alleviate the agony of SGBV survivors by simplifying their quest for justice. Our proposal entailed diverting the attention of the justice system from the perpetrator to the survivor. The road to justice for SGBV survivors is marred by various obstacles. We aim to alleviate these obstacles by proposing a commission specially formulated with the legal, economic, social, and psychological interests of the survivor in mind. The Commission further utilizes the benefits of the modern judicial system and traditional alternative dispute mechanisms, therefore improving access to justice, alleviating economic costs, and utilizing the rules of natural justice without the judicial technicalities that prolong the trial process. We hope that this proposal will encourage the pursuit of justice, provide a cathartic experience for SGBV survivors, and kickstart their healing process.
We truly appreciate the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea for its commitment to the eradication of sexual and gender-based violence and conflict, which we all know predominantly affect women. We would also like to express our gratitude to the organizers of the 3rd International Conference on Action with Women and Peace and the 2021 Youth Global Video Competition for providing an avenue in which the youth can actively participate in this noble cause.
We aspire to encourage and motivate the participation of youths in the eradication of sexual and gender-based violence in conflict, to transform the world into a place where women are not viewed as tools of war, but as autonomous human beings, and to reiterate to the world that women's rights are human rights. Women deserve to be protected and respected. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a story of Malkia, a sexual and gender-based violence survivor who recounts the conflict that arose in her country due to political instability. Fear is written on her face as she remembers the silence in her household and her family's dread of the brutal attack on innocent civilians. One Thursday evening, a group of men, some of whom she knew as her neighbors, stormed into her home, killed her parents, and battered her little brother. Malkia was equally not spared. She was kicking, screaming, wailing and begging for her dignity as the men she once called her neighbors held her down and took turns raping her. Months later, the conflict in her country is over, but that Thursday evening is forever engraved in her mind. She yearns for justice, but justice must wait. Malkia must now assume the role of the guardian to her younger brother, who thankfully survived the attack. Her quest for justice is further impeded by the inaccessibility of police stations and courts which were destroyed during the conflict. Malkia wants her perpetrators brought to book, but that means she would have to relieve the events of her trauma to a judicial system more focused on the perpetrator than the survivor. She fears that her already struggling mental health might not withstand the long road to justice. Lastly, Malkia's community views rape as a shameful act that strips the woman of her dignity, honor, and purity. She has seen how other women like her have been shamed, blamed, and ostracized for the acts of their perpetrators. Although Malkia desires justice, the price is far too high for her. The voice of SGBV survivors has been silenced for far too long. It is our mandate to amplify it by ensuring that the road to justice is smooth sailing. We propose the creation of a hybrid system that addresses the challenges faced by SGBV survivors like Malkia. This system combines the advantages of the modern judicial system and traditional alternative dispute mechanisms. We propose a commission that would comprise of 5 members. 1. A legal practitioner who shall chair the SGBV proceedings. The mandate of the legal practitioner is to ensure that the rules of natural justice and fairness are adhered to without the burden of undue technicalities. 2. A community leader who shall advise on the probable social and cultural effects of SGBV proceedings on the survivor for purposes of reducing stigmatization. 3. A psychological expert to provide emotional support to the SGBV survivors, hence preventing post-traumatic stress syndrome. The expert shall also sensitize the courts on the different triggers and effects of SGBV on the survivors. Finally, a chosen representative of the SGBV survivor and the accused. Women shall also comprise at least 2/3 of the entire commission. Lastly, the SGBV survivor shall be allowed to give an impact statement, which shall be a key consideration in enforcing justice. In conclusion, sexual and gender-based violence is the most gruesome violation of a woman's person and her right to dignity. The justice system, especially in conflict, must actively participate in the creation of a survivor-centric system that not only promotes access to justice, but also protects SGBV survivors legally, socially, economically, and psychologically.
I hope you enjoyed the video and, of course, talking about a very specific topic and about the survivor-centric system. Thank you for the idea and congratulations. Now, continuing on with the award of Outstanding Excellence. In fact, we have a winner from Korea. And this team is now here today to deliver their introduction in person. So the team Musical Animators are a group consisting of 4 members, and they are here to introduce themselves and their video. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a big round of applause.
Thank you for welcoming us. Good afternoon. We are the runners of this contest, the musical animator team, and I'm Yohan Kim, the leader of our team. We have created a music video from our very own musical composition and motion graphic to tell a story about sexual violence in conflict from the survivor's perspective. As men of Korea, thank you. When we were faced with the topic of this contest, we are frankly at a loss with how we should go around it, with concerns ranging from the medium of our expression to the nuance that we might give away from such expression. In other words, about the form of our content. We looked at various research and cases to aid our planning process and conclude that we should deliver our content not from a top-down perspective, but through a more natural narrative that touches upon the hearts of many, resulting in our very own musical composition. I love speaking English, but I'm not so fluent in a more formal environment like this. So now, I will pass the time over to Jang Song-kyung, the musical director of this team, to say a few words about our work more detailedly.
Yes, we also spend a lot of time contemplating about what we should say in our content. And there was a quote from a research article that really struck us, that victims of sexual violence are not simply subjects of passive consideration, but survivors and witnesses with active autonomy. We often view victims of sexual violence with only external sympathy, which sometimes comes across as more inconvenient for the victims themselves. We often take action in the form of governmental and institutional bodies, but most of these actions do not align with the victim's thoughts or directions, with the cases of compensation for Japan's military sexual slavery as an example. As such, we wanted to say that it is time to listen closer, actively taking opinions and demands from their point of view, for us to effectively deliberate a path to solving this deep-rooted problem of sexual violence in conflict. As we wrote the lyrics, composed the melodies, and drew the graphics, we repeated the process of writing and deleting until we were confident of sending across the message of standing in solidarity and progressing as a community and society. It is unfortunate that we were not able to put more into our video due to the limitations of our skills, but we would like to ask the many people here if, after having watched this video, you are able to grasp an idea of who we should listen to in the case of sexual violence and conflict. If there is any single moment that resonated with any of you, that in itself will be enough for us. This video was a starting point for our team to actively learn, discuss, and take action on the predominant issues of women's rights and sexual violence in conflict. Again, it is very much an honor to share our thoughts with you here, which will be a lasting memory for all of us as well. And this was the musical animators team. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Where the bullets fly, where the soldiers fight to die.
Very impressive indeed, and congratulations to the award for Outstanding Excellence, the musical animators, for a great video. Thank you for the ideas as well as your comment on standing in solidarity. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Grand Award. And the Grand Award goes to a team or a lady in Indonesia, Arya Eka Junia. And of course, due to COVID-19, she could not be here with us in person, but she has sent us a video explaining her video as well as an introduction of herself. And she will be describing her video, but the video is titled, Stop Imagining Peace, Get Involved. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Arya Eka Junia.
Hello, distinguished participants of the 3rd International Conference on Action with Women and Peace. I am Arya Eka Junia from Indonesia. I'm extremely honored to be receiving such an important award as the first winner for the 2021 Global Youth Video Competition. Thank you very much. The title of my video is Stop Imagining Peace, Get Involved. In that video, I want to explain that women have powerful impacts to be involved in peace process. You can see examples of women's actions at the organization level and individual contribution. We can more than just imagine, we can choose to involve in constructing peace. Today is International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. I hope the message of my video can encourage women out there to raise awareness about peace and end sexual violence. Please enjoy my video.
Do you ever imagine how the world goes without conflict? Every baby is born in a safe and warm place. Children get their education and play on the ground happily. Women can express themselves and upgrade their life. Family has each other to support and thrive. Without fear, tears, and soreness. What is a peaceful world like? In conflict, children and women always be the part that's suffering the most. They are vulnerable to any violence, especially sexual violence. But that doesn't mean women don't have power. In fact, women have a significant role in peace. Women Wage Peace, the largest grassroots movement in Israel whose purpose is to promote a political agreement, involving women in the process, and today they have more than 44,000 members. The movement is not affiliated with any political party and its members include women from diverse communities within Israeli society. Fazia Kufi, an active figure in the field of women's rights in Afghanistan and has played an active role in the enactment of protective laws for women and children. Southeast Asian Network of Women Peace Negotiators and Mediators. A network of women negotiators and mediators in Southeast Asia that was initiated by Indonesia since 2019.
We must include more women, not only in time of conflicts, but throughout the whole spectrum of peace, from preventive to resolution.
Peace agreements are 35% more likely to last for at least 15 years when women are involved in the peace talks that generate them.
Instead of continuing to imagine peace, better we start to choose to take part in peace. Remember, The Me Too movement had a very big impact from one woman to another in the entire world. Encourage women to raise their voices. Open women access to education. Because it's not only their problems, it's ours. It's our mission to provide a peaceful place for our children's future. Let's stop imagining peace. Let's involve to create it together.
Another very beautiful video, and congratulations to all winners of the Grand Award as well as the Award of Outstanding Excellence and Award of Excellence. They were truly inspirational, and we had a wide range of activities from documentaries, music videos, as well as testimonials. So thank you and congratulations once again. So now, ladies and gentlemen, this will conclude the 2021 Global Youth Video Competition, and we will swiftly move over to our final closing session. And to start us off on our closing session, allow me to introduce Ms. Kim Eun-mi, the president of Ewha Women's University, who will present the action plan on Action with Women and Peace initiative. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. It is a true honor and privilege to represent the participants of this very timely and important conference. First of all, I would like to thank His Excellency Minister Chung Eui-yong for his strong support for the third International Conference on Action with Women and Peace. His welcoming remarks this morning attest to his strong commitment to stand together with the victims and survivors of sexual violence in conflict. His words and his deed are truly exemplary in the way he has supported this initiative. I would also like to extend my gratitude to former Minister Kang Kyung-hwa for envisioning this idea with women, action with women and peace. We talked about various titles for this gathering, and the development cooperation initiatives, that is the other part of this initiative. We, at the end, decided to have action in the title because it was important that we not only have discourses and discussions, but to have real action. And we thought it was important to have women and peace. Like Ms. Santiago who spoke earlier, just a few minutes ago, not either or, but and was critical in our discussion. So I would like to thank her for starting this initiative. Let me tell you what we're doing here today. In the first two international conferences we held on this theme, I participated as a rapporteur in the first conference. We wrapped up what we had discussed on the day of the conference, and the second conference was like that as well. We felt that something was missing. We needed to have a call to action session. So the participants, along with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, worked very hard to come up with this call to action. I think this is now not just a talking point, but a real action point. So I'm really honored to read this. I hope this will serve as a roadmap for future endeavors all around the world. Hosted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, the third International Conference on Action with Women and Peace has convened on November 25th, 2021, online in combination with on-site participation. Representatives from governments, international organizations, civil society organizations, survivors, survivor advocates, and the youth actively participated in the conference with the theme of strengthening women's roles and leadership in building and sustaining peace with a survival-centered approach. During the conference and in our discussions on how to better implement the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 and the subsequent 9 resolutions, we, the participants, paid our attention to the recent report of the Secretary General on Women, Peace and Security, or WPS. We expressed concerns over the unrelenting sexual violence in conflict-affected settings, especially in the Asian region, and the prevalent impunity, despite continuous efforts from the international community. In particular, we are seriously concerned that with the outbreak of COVID-19, women and girls are facing greater gender-based violence and lack of resources for their basic needs, and disproportionate share of caring has been on the shoulders of women and girls. We spotlighted major changes to implement a survival-centered approach in peace and to facilitate women's meaningful participation in the peace processes. In this context, we place a high value on this global platform for timely and enriching discussions and appreciate the ROK government's contribution to enhance WPS, or the Women, Peace and Security agenda, with the Action with Women and Peace initiative. Building on the lessons learned, we support the continuing efforts of the Republic of Korean government to, 1, actively advocate and participate in the international endeavors on women, peace, and security, prioritizing a survivor-centered approach. 2, put more emphasis on the Asia-Pacific region in combating sexual violence and conflict. 3, call global attention to sexual violence and conflict by continuing to host annual international conferences. 4, prevent and respond to conflict-related sexual violence through development cooperation projects. 5, take effective measures to achieve the National Action Plan of the Republic of Korea for the implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 1325 and Women, Peace, and Security. 6, conduct studies on sexual violence and conflict as a human rights issue with a particular focus on Asia. 7, promote the Action with Women and Peace initiative at various international conferences and make stronger alliances. 8, continue to strengthen its partnership with relevant organizations, including the Global Survivors Fund. 9, engage actively in the Women, Peace, and Security Focal Points Network. And 10, create synergies with other related initiatives. We believe such concerted efforts will bring a better and safer future to women and girls in conflict-affected areas and stimulate constructive and lively discussions in the next international conference on action with women and peace. With that, I would like to urge the Republic of Korean government and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to continue the international conference on women with action with women and peace. Since unfortunately the need for women and peace is still ongoing and it is still very much needed everywhere. So I hope the Korean government will continue this very meaningful international conference and continue and deepen its efforts through development cooperation projects throughout the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And once again President Kim Eun-mi of Ewha Women's University for the action plan. And I believe that it will be a call to action for a roadmap for future endeavors. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to close our session. So last but not least, I would like to invite Mr. Ham Sang-uk, the Deputy Minister for Multilateral and Global Affairs from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, for his closing remarks. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the third International Conference on Action with Women and Peace has now come to a close. The discussions that we had today was no doubt very extensive and enriching. I thank our participants who graced today's occasion in person and online. Together we explored the gruesome reality of conflict-related sexual violence in Session 1. The recent development of the situation in the Asia-Pacific region and its brutal consequences on women's rights were discussed in details. During this session, we shared our grave concerns on the violent situation in the region and emphasized the importance of raising our voice to protect the rights of women and girls in such conflicts. Moreover, we had an unforgettable time listening to the voice of a survivor. Her story, indeed, shed light on how to put survivors at the center of our response to such insidious form of human rights violations. I hereby reaffirm the Republic of Korea's full support for survivors of conflict-related sexual violence and its commitment to advance the survivor-centered approach in the global response against such violence. Furthermore, I find it particularly meaningful that we had a time to discuss women's essential role in peace processes in Session 2. The valuable insights and ideas of those who have had experiences in peace building and reconciliation widened our perspective on women's participation in peace efforts. Thus, we were able to develop a more comprehensive picture. We took a step further from the previous conferences, which mainly discussed the situation of women and girls in the context of conflict. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to see that today we set up an important milestone together. The 10-point action plan, just introduced by President Kim Eun-mi, outlines the continuing efforts of the government of the Republic of Korea. I believe it will also serve as the guiding light for future development of the Action with Women and Peace initiative. Moving forward, the Korean government will closely collaborate with its partners as it expands its contributions to the advancement of the women, peace, and security agenda. Your continued interest and support will provide a great momentum for the Korean government in its endeavors to implement the action plan. Before I close, I would like to introduce that women's role and leadership in peace processes will also be explored in depth during the upcoming UN Peacekeeping Ministerial in December. I expect all those who are interested in and committed to the women, peace, and security agenda to kindly keep your interest and support for the event as well. Then, let us all stay warm and healthy, and hopefully see each other next year in person in Seoul. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Ham. And please stay on the stage. Deputy Minister Ham, please stay on the stage for a group photo. Thank you very much. And with that, I would also like to invite President Kim Eun-mi as well as all of our distinguished guests up onto the stage for a commemorative group photo. Please join us up on stage. So all of our panel discussants, as well as our moderators and Distinguished guests, we kindly ask you to please join us up on stage. Our staff will be able to help you to inform you where you stand so that you can appear beautifully on the photo. So please remember that if you cannot see the camera lens, you would not be appearing in the photo. So please stand in a location that you can actually see the camera lens. We do have a couple of cameras along with some smartphones that are taking photos in the center. And now our photographer. So we're a little bit lopsided towards the right-hand side, so we'll take one step towards the left. Yes, thank you. I believe that you can also see yourselves up on the screen, so just verify if we can see everyone. So we will take one photo with the masks and one photo without the masks as well. 네, 마스크 착용하시고 한번 촬영하고 그리고 벗고 다시 한번 촬영하도록 하겠습니다. Excuse us for moving you around another time. All right. I think that we're almost ready. So we're going to take two photos. So please smile for the camera. Because of your masks, you have to smile with your eyes. So please, big smiles. Thank you very much. And okay, one more time with the masks on. One more time. And now let's take the masks off. 네, 마스크 이제 벗고 한 번만 더 촬영하도록 하겠습니다. Big smiles, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you very much. And you may now return to your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, once again for your attendance and participation in our international conference on action with women and peace. Women and peace, discussing those issues is definitely not an easy task, and it's also something that will not be addressed and completed overnight. However, I do believe that through our international conference, we have made steps forward to bridge and to lay the foundation for the advancement of women, peace, and security agenda items. So with that, I thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, for your time, your effort, as well as your discussions. We hope to see you once again next year with another fruitful discussion. Hopefully, it will be in person. Thank you. Please do stay safe and healthy, and goodbye. Thank you very much.